Yes, we're here. Hello, everyone. Now I know it's at past 8:30. I didn't think we were going to have one, but we are having one. What a treat for us, actually. And well, Delboy is here. Fantastic, isn't it? He actually wants to come on, and I'm more than happy to do that. And hello, welcome. And if you want to just have a word with the listeners,
Yeah,
viewers,
been a
that'll be
strange
fine.
week. Been a strange week, Ian. Everybody
Yeah.
knows, I think, last week that my mother wasn't very well, and we called the services out again on Saturday, and we found out not only did she have the disorientation with her ear and everything, but she'd got COVID, or that's the test that they did and found out that she'd got that. And that's why she wasn't eating. So it
Mm.
made sense. And then of course Sunday night I woke up at 5, sort of hot and sweaty and clammy. Didn't think much of it. And at 10 o'clock my heart was going to a penny. I mean, I could feel it. My chest was tight. And I therefore I just phoned
Oh,
up 111 really and just asked some
Rosie. Oh,
questions
sorry.
because
Really
I
sorry.
wanted to let them know that I only want advice because it might be that I've just got COVID, right? And that's the reason why my heart is going to a penny. But apparently, if you mention chest to anybody on the phone with
We're having
111,
problems.
right, they suddenly go into hyper mode. And they got me taking 4 Disprin and all sorts of stuff. Use my pump spray if I need to. And of course, the ambulance came. And she said, I need to take you to the hospital at Oxford City. And I said, okay. And when I got there, they did a blood test. And the blood test that they do tests whether dead cells from your heart have been collected in your blood, for which it had. So basically, they said I'd had a heart attack. And because of that, they needed to do a couple more COVID tests. 2 came up inconclusive and 1 came up negative. That was good enough for me to go in, because inconclusive tells you nothing and negative means you're definitely all right. So that was that. And then basically they came in and told me the news, because I didn't know I'd had a heart attack until a couple of hours later. So I was stuck in a room really for hours and hours and hours till I got the news. And then they told me you won't be going home tonight, and we're working out what we're going to do about it. And that's it, really. The next 2 days is 2 procedures,
Mm.
lots of medication, lots of stuff for me to read called cardiac rehabilitation with planner, and lots of medication I've got to take and stuff I've got to stop taking. And I got home about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And the first thing I did was try and get my mum okay, because my sister was here on Monday but didn't turn up Tuesday. So, of course,
Mm.
she's been by herself for a day, so I don't like that. So, of course, I wanted to make sure she was okay. She's had something to eat. I just got her some tomato soup. She's had a cheese sandwich. She's had a cup of tea. She's had 2 custard creams, which is
Oh
far
no.
more than I've seen her eat in the whole of the week before. And I said, Mum, I want the same thing happening tomorrow.
Mm. Mm.
And then I phoned up the GP surgery to have a consultation in regards to the tablets I've got to take tonight. Because it's a bit confusing when they give you half of them already today and you come home and you don't know how many you got to take tonight because they've already
Yeah.
given you. You see what I mean? It's a little bit
Yeah.
confusing.
Yeah.
And I cancelled my dentist appointment because there was no
Oh
point.
right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was going to go back to work on
Oh
Monday
yeah,
because
of
I've been off
course.
on
Yeah.
holiday. I've been off on
Yes.
holiday the last 2 weeks
Yeah. Yeah.
because I've now
Yeah.
got a sick note that lasts me 4 weeks.
Oh, that's good. That's
But
good.
when you've had a problem like I've had, you can't drive for a certain period of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it'd be
Yeah.
very difficult
Yeah.
with
So you couldn't go
with a
in.
leg problem to
Yeah.
know if I could walk downtown and walk back. And then there's also the problem of whether you could even have the filling and everything with the stuff that they have to stick into your gums, what that Novocaine and all that sort of stuff. No idea,
Yeah.
So I said, look, it's more convenient for you to tell me should I cancel or not. And she said, actually, it's okay, but we recognize that you got a sick mum and you've only just come out with your heart problem, so we'll cancel it. And you're okay to come in all the way to
Yeah.
the end of October. And I said, by the second week of October, I'm back at work after my second procedure. So can we therefore book it for the last day of the month? Because
Yeah.
that means
That's
I'm
good.
within everything.
Yeah.
And they said yes. So even the dentist appointment is salvaged.
Yeah.
And that's it. I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't want to put a downer on everything. After 3
No,
days,
but
I'm
you're
back,
here.
and I'm
Yeah.
on live on your channel, ready to listen to
Fantastic.
like-minded people
Yeah.
that want to talk about films.
Good
What I
thing.
will do,
Yeah.
what I will do in the chat though, just now, is that I'll put my Discord address in case
Yeah.
anybody wants to join it.
Yeah.
Because I noticed you put my channel, but
Yeah.
the
I put your
Discord one's
channel
not
there. I'm sorry. I should have put your Discord as well, but
Yeah, that's all right. So I'll
just
put the
put it in
Discord
there.
there. So
Yeah.
hopefully
I
people can
forget.
see that.
It's probably because I don't use the Discord that much. It's
That's
a
all right.
strange thing to me.
That's all right. Hopefully people can see it. I don't know. It might be
Yeah.
they can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see if I can. It says join the chat. Okay, connect. Sign into StreamYard. All right. Oh, bloody hell. You have to jump through some hoops here, don't you? Right, there we go.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah,
Great.
so it says here
that
it says here that Tony York has to agree to it. So Tony, if you're in the room, you should be able to see something.
Yeah, he's got a comment
a
here.
web
So
address,
yeah.
and he should be able to
Yeah.
agree to it. But don't worry if not. It's only a little thing. It's just that's where Ian, I put all of your promotion stuff. It's where I put our promotion stuff.
Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Brilliant. Is that all set all right now?
Tony's just said, "Oh, he can see that he's now an admin." So thanks very much, and he'll try not.
Yeah, we should be.
So I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know, Tony, if you can see that comment that I've just posted, but if you can see it and you can okay it, that's the address for the Discord.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I want to know everything that you've been watching, because that's the important thing, because you've had a week now.
I was just going to say, do you want to show anything that you've got in post?
Oh well, I came home today and I've only opened 2 boxes. One was well, I'll turn the NVIDIA background thingy off. Oh, Tony can't see my comments, so that's fine. So Orca came, the Steel Orca game, which is a great film. Yeah. I'm not happy with the design really of the cover. I mean, it's a little bit lackluster. But it's a great film. It's one of those films where I'd say, look, if you like your Jaws and all of that sort of stuff, Orca's got a killer cast. I mean, it's got It's got Richard. Who's it got in it?
Richard Harris.
Yeah, it's got Richard Harris. That's right.
Yeah.
So,
I've not seen it.
So it's about
I've
that.
never seen it, but
And last week I was telling you that I
I've
missed
heard
that.
it's a good film. Yeah.
Yeah, and last week, I missed that King Kong. I was telling you about weeks ago that I missed that King Kong. Somebody while I was in the hospital said that Amazon had got a new
King
supply.
Kong, yes.
Probably, I don't think they got a new
Yeah.
supply. I reckon it's people that cancelled. Be quite honest. So they resubmitted the pre-order, and it arrived the next day. And you can see, look, that the number is still within 2,000. Look, 771. So I reckon it's cancellations. So some people obviously cancelled, and it meant that I was able to order it. So I've got now. I've now got my King Kong. So that's a bonus. Like I said, Keith at Euphoria Pictures is fantastic, at keeping everybody up to date. And it was just a shame that when he advertised that was available, he said that it was available on Ireland's side, but not available on Amazon's side, you see, for England. So I missed out, you see. But it didn't matter because later on they got some more. So everything's all well. Brilliant. I hope for better luck. Because I tell you what, if anybody knows of what's been released this week, and wants to let me know, because I'm bound sure to have missed. I'm bound sure to have missed.
It's been going on and off, on and off.
Yeah, you keep going on and off, and I keep staying
on and off.
Yeah, but I keep. I'm staying apparently, but you keep going. So
yeah. You. It don't like me. I think it's. Oh.
It might be just a week.
We're all right now.
It might be just a Wi-Fi connection your end. Mine, I'm over a wired connection, so I don't tend to get too many problems. But all I was saying is that it's great that so many people out there can tell us about things that are coming out, because with me being in hospital, I'm pretty sure I probably missed some absolute cracking announcements. I did notice once when I was in the hospital that Arrow have brought out an Elvira 4K that's going to be coming out in November. I didn't know about that, so I haven't done that one. But I don't know of other stuff. I've got to play a big catch-up game.
I saw some rumors today, but that's what I took it with a massive pinch of salt. And the rumor was that Deep Space Nine is going to be released on Blu-ray, but I'm taking that with an extreme pinch of salt, because I don't think they would do it. It just wouldn't make economic sense.
It would make if they. I don't know if it would make. It wouldn't make economic sense. It makes sense in the regards to that. That was the next show to come out after. Next Generation.
Yeah.
I would have thought that Voyager would be more what people would buy, because I wasn't a big fan of Deep Space Nine until Worf came along in in season 3. I think you had to wait until season 3. It wasn't a particular show that. Well, I watched it because I was a Star Trek fan, but I wasn't a big fan of it.
But you got into it though once the
By the time you got to season 7 and the end, you would miss. You turn around and said, "Oh, that wasn't too bad after all."
Yeah.
But it's just it was a slow burner for a long time.
Yeah,
a long time.
But I don't like it when you keep these things pop up in your feed and you think, there's no, because I couldn't find any official announcements or anything.
The only official announcement I got was that in America they've released Star Trek Star Trek the Motion Picture as a steel book only for its anniversary. For its anniversary, which is the end of this year, right? And then when somebody posted that up, they put was Paramount are running out of ideas. Look at this, another re-release of the motion picture. There's nothing new here other than the steel book. But if you look at the portfolio, there's going to be 2 films next year that will get the steel book because of the anniversary type way of doing things. And then there'll be another 2 the following year. which means that there's only one more film to release, and you will have everything as a steel book in a 4K environment, just because they release them every 2 years. You see what I mean? Which means basically after the motion picture, you see there was The Wrath of Khan, which was 82. See, and it was 79, wasn't it? So it's pretty much 2 to 3 years. Then it was 84, then it was 86, then it was 80.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So as you keep going, you'll find that you'll get 2 films every 2 years that'll fall into the 4K category, because you'll get one of the later ones in the next generation range and one of the earlier ones that are celebrating an older birthday, because it'll be like the 35th anniversary or the 30th anniversary, where the other one will be celebrating the 20th. You see what I mean? So it sounds very much like they're I think what they're doing is they're banking on all of these old releases to pay for things like upgrading Deep Space Nine and Voyager upgrades.
Yeah.
Because they've got no new Star Trek programs to come out with that they can produce.
There isn't, is there?
Onto
They're
physical media.
Oh, the Strange New World, isn't there? Strange New World.
So it makes sense. It makes sense that to keep people buying is to keep people supplying money for you to do something new. And that something new is to probably upscale something as large as the Deep Space Nine and Voyager. Because just think about it. I mean, that's 7 seasons each to upscale.
That's a lot, yeah.
And the money that they would get from that, I mean, you're talking about £100-something per great big box set, or they might even do it the £30 route every month. You know what I mean? Which means you got 7.
I prefer them to do that.
Yeah,
for me, I'd rather them do that.
Then you've got 14 months of stuff to bring out, 7 of Deep Space Nine and 7 of Voyager. So that's a year and a bit's worth of money constantly coming into your piggy bank. You see what I mean? That Paramount would use. Hopefully you still hear me.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
Over to you now.
Sorry, it's the Wi-Fi must be.
I think your Wi-Fi
voice is gone.
Yeah. Well, we'll just wait for Ian. Hopefully, there's a lot of people in that could ask some questions and everything. It's just really nice that I've managed to stay okay. I know I need a shave. I know I'm looking a bit disheveled. There we go. Oh, Ian's back.
Yeah, it went. Maybe that'll improve it. Hopefully.
Well, I will say this, Ian. If it doesn't, the best thing for you to do is turn your router off and then turn it back on. It's not coming out of this program and coming back in that helps with Wi-Fi. It's actually closing your whole Wi-Fi down and opening it back up that brings it back up.
Yeah. Then it closed it all down. I had to go back.
But we'll see how it goes. So I want to know what my friend's been watching and what my friend's been listening to.
Okay. Well, I haven't got anything I was thinking with listening, but we'll go into what I've watched. I know. First, I'll do one that is out of my collection, which I finally got around to watching, and I don't know why it's taking so long. It's this, if you can see it.
Oh, Shutter Island!
Shutter Island. Yeah, Shutter Island. Wow. I've reviewed it. I was just overwhelmed with it because I had no idea about this film, and I think it's one of his best films, Scorsese. It is absolutely amazing.
Well, it's DiCaprio again, isn't it?
It's
DiCaprio on that in that island, isn't it, where they keep prisoners?
That's right. Yeah, and It starts off. They go to investigate one of these sort of inmates who's gone missing.
Yeah.
Supposedly have gone missing, and that's the agents and sheriffs are, going in to investigate. But of course, it's amazing when it all unfolds and everything, and what's going on. Not things are not what they seem, and it's a great twist, absolutely wonderful twist. Absolutely thought it was a fantastic film, and he's great. I've got to say, his performance is just out of this world. But
Yeah,
it's almost, it's got elements of horror in it. It's all the psychology stuff as well. It's got all sorts in it. It's a really good film. I'm just really impressed with it. I absolutely loved it. And anyway, I did a review of it. So that's that one. Then I've watched Longlegs. I managed to get a download of Longlegs because it's come, I think, onto streaming. Longlegs, I was expecting a lot more of, I think, because everybody's really hyped it up. I can see why. Nicolas Cage, he's just weird and fantastic in it. It's got elements of almost sort of folk horror as well in it. But I think I need to see it again, definitely, to make my mind up. There's a lot that I did like in it, but I didn't end up loving it as much as I thought I would. But I think another viewing might just think that. I think people perhaps have gone a bit over the top, but maybe it was just me. It was thought it's been overhyped, but it may, on another viewing, I might start to agree that it is that. But it is a very good film. There's no doubt about it. It's got a lot of elements in it, and I think it's one that I need to watch again. So that's Longlegs. Then I watched another one which I was able to download, which I have watched before, but unfortunately hasn't got a physical release because it was released Disney Plus, which is Barbarian. Barbarian, what a film that is! It made me realize that Disney, it's so annoying why they haven't released it. It's such a good film. I can't believe it. I love the way Barbarian fools you into going into a certain direction, and then it just changes again. And it's a superb film, Barbarian. I just wish they would do it. So I think they're the main ones that I've watched. I say Longlegs. I think I need to watch it again. And Nicolas Cage is ever so strange. It's such a strange.
He's bloody strange anyway.
Yeah, he is. But in this, you haven't seen him in this. I think you'll think, "Oh my God, what's he on? What's he doing?" He's creepy though. He's very creepy.
I will say this after what you've said. You've watched some quality films this week, and some of them I've heard reports on already.
Yeah.
Excuse me. When it comes to Longlegs, the only thing I've heard about it is it's a different type of horror film. It's like a murder mystery type thing. Is that right? Am I right along
that in it? It's got, really, to be honest, it's got a lot of elements in it.
So that's good to know.
Yeah,
because
I do like.
So what I'm trying to get at is I like horror films.
Yeah,
but I do like a horror film that tries to be something a bit different. And I have ordered the Steelbook Blind because I haven't seen the film.
Yeah.
But you know me and Steelbooks, it's like, oh yeah, right, I love that. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
When you mentioned about Barbarian, then that's a chat from that was talked a heck of a lot about a year ago by Pete and a number of our friends, where they all turned around and said it was a sleeper hit that everybody wanted to come out on a physical media and nobody ever, and they didn't.
No.
But then they released a slew of releases, Disney. Slew of them, including Prey.
Yeah.
Right? And what I know is that I thought the way it was worded to me was if Prey did well, they'd consider bringing out other releases. And of course, that
Yeah.
signified everybody that to turn around and say, well, if you don't bring out Barbarian, it's bloody criminal. That's what everybody was saying.
Yeah.
Right? You're
And
bringing out Prey that's been out sort of in Blu-ray, but not 4K, and now you're bringing out
yeah.
in 4K. Here's a release that everybody wants in any format you can bloody get it out on.
Yeah.
Can you do it, please? Now, they've just done a deal with Sony for distribution, for worldwide distribution. I know that sort of distribution takes time to set up. I wouldn't expect that would take like seconds to do. It's not like signing a contract and all of a sudden they've got a plethora of stuff, because you've got to remember that they've got to do different art designs for different markets. So, there's going to be a lot of setup. So my guess is Barbarian will come out. It will.
I hope so.
That
will be great.
It's too wanted a title, I think. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You can't.
That's all I had to say about anything that you said. So you can carry on. It's just I was dying to say those.
What I was going to say is, it's a shame. A lot of people have put a lot of work into that film, and a lot of people have enjoyed it. So why can't it be released? You can't just. Yeah, I think it's probably still on the streaming. I would hope so. Anyhow, that it's still on Disney streaming, but you can't. One day it'll get dropped, and you've got to give it a physical release. It just needs one. You can't just do that and let it go, because that's what would happen.
Yeah.
Unless of course people end up buying pirate copies of it. Because I did have a look. There is pirate copies.
We had this talk before. I don't think it's a matter of pirate copies. I think what it is that what we've proved with the releases of Abyss in the past, the Abyss, right, is that if we're closed-minded enough to say, I'm not going to release this in this country or whatever, then basically you'll just go to another country and order it. Now, this is something that I think only has a Disney release. I don't think it can be done. It would actually be a pirate copy that comes out. It's not like the Abyss. Pacific Heights was one of those ones I bought in Germany. Yeah. It's not a pirate copy, but you know full well that it would have been done so much better, but it was only done in Germany because they got the only license to actually release it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So there it would be a worldwide release. It would go underneath the studio to upgrade it and all of that. When only Germany has the license for it, and only the small studio has got the funding rights to upgrade it and then get it out there. So it doesn't look as good. It will always be missing something like an Atmos track or something like that. You know what I mean? There'll be something missing, right? So I just look forward to anything coming out, really.
But what will annoy me is that if they do release it, they'll release the steelbook first, and not put out a normal release.
I think that's a legitimate thing to say, because from what I can tell, Sony, Disney are only doing steelbook. They're just saying, stuff the rest of it. We're doing steelbook only. If you don't want it in steelbook, then tough, you're not going to get it. And that's a sad thing.
Yeah.
But I look at it like this: at least you're getting it.
Yeah. Look at Mandalorian. Must have had a lot of fans, but they must have been annoyed to think we can only watch it on steelbook. And that was a massive series, wasn't it? A lot of people absolutely love Mandalorian, and there we are.
Yeah.
Disney again. It's wrong to me, but anyhow, we'll see what happens.
I tell you what, it would annoy me if it weren't for the fact that I've got too many other annoyances for me to be upset about it, because I'd rather it be there than it not be there, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, shall we? We'll do the comments. Right.
Why not?
So the first comment is Tony. Evening, Ian Dell. Hope things are better now, Dell.
Yeah, I
And
mentioned it at the beginning. I hope
Tony
people
says,
saw that.
"Yeah, oh, I've gained a spanner. Thanks very much. I'll try not to act like a tool." And nail that. And can't see your comments. So
Oh yeah,
that was
don't
that what
worry,
you
don't
were
worry
on
about
about?
that.
Yeah, yeah.
Tony was trying to help us earlier on.
Um, like the look of Orca, don't remember ever seeing it. No, it's like me. I've not seen it.
Oh, it was a really good film in the set. I think it's
Yeah,
1977. I liked it. I mean, it's not.
yeah,
I remember because 1977, if I remember rightly, was also the year that they did a big version of King Kong. It was heavily advertised in the 70s. You remember? I remember seeing
yeah,
the Twin Towers. He was climbing up the Twin Towers in that. That he died at the
yeah.
foot of the. He
What?
dies at the foot of
Yeah,
the Twin Towers. But that was all over comic books at the back. And I remember all the
yeah,
adverts that used to be in comic books, right? And on the back
yeah,
for a long time, Orca was there. Orca the killer whale. And I just remember
yeah,
seeing all the advertisement for it. That was all same year, 1977. I'm pretty
yeah,
sure of it.
yeah, yeah. I suppose everybody's saying it's cashing in on Jaws. I suppose that's the argument.
Well, that
But
was
does it really
74.
matter if people enjoyed it and it did
That was
well?
that was 74, wasn't it? But I think Jaws 2 came out around 1977. So it would be cashing in on the
Yeah.
second one. Yeah.
But look how people are nowadays with Jaws.
Yeah.
All these cheap rip-offs of Jaws that come out. Everybody seems to like them.
Yeah.
So that's it. So I think Tony's mentioning, I suppose, from my about Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I enjoyed the Dominion War in DS9. First
Yeah.
time we'd really seen such huge scale fleets in Star Trek. That's true. Yeah, well, there was.
Well, that's
Yeah.
where Worf came in. Remember, I said I think it was season 3 that Worf came in, and
Yeah,
that
it did. Yeah, it was to
was
boost the ratings as well. I think as well.
that was what they
'Cause
called.
yeah.
Isn't that what they called Wolf?
So,
Hang on, Ian.
sorry.
Wasn't that what they called Wolf 369 or something? It was the Battle of Wolf 369, which was the Borg and Picard and all of that sort of
I
stuff.
thought that's the beginning in Emissary, isn't it?
No, what I'm saying is when
When we
Worf
see,
came in, that's when Worf came in, wasn't it? Was to do with that particular.
Yeah,
event.
yeah.
Because wasn't he controlling one of the?
I don't know. All I sort of remembered was that I haven't watched it for a while, but I thought the wolf one was the one that we saw in Emissary, where the Borg overrun with Locutus, which is Picard, and we see Cisco losing his wife. Don't we?
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that is
killed.
Locutus. That is Wolf 369, isn't it? That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
That was when Picard got caught up as a Borg. The big battle that they had, where all the starships all died, that was called Wolf 369.
Yeah.
And that's when
that's why Cisco is very when we see Cisco meet Picard, he doesn't like him at all. There's that resentment there about him as he sees it. So Sai says, hi guys. Hello. Thank you, Sai, for coming on. And then Frank Holder. Del, all the best for your Elsa. Question. I watched Flight to Mars last night. It's a 1951 sci-fi film. Have you guys seen it?
Yes, I have.
So,
Flight to Mars, if I remember rightly, the reason I liked Flight to Mars, or what I found weird about Flight to Mars, was They took off in a ship, and when they got to Mars, all the Martians looked like us. I think that was the big story. It was like, oh wow,
Oh,
see,
right, yeah.
we're going to see lots and lots of aliens, but actually they all look like us. I see now that that's a cop out. It's like, well, that keeps the costs down, doesn't it? But back
Yes,
then,
that's what it is. Yeah.
back then it would have been what? No rubber monsters or anything. What, they all look like
Yeah.
this, and all this sort of stuff. It would have
Yeah.
been a big story back then. And I think if I'm right, Flight to Mars, that was the big story. Was they got to Mars and they find that all the Martians there look like us, and they're surprised by that. I think that's what the story
Right.
is. That's the only reason I remember it, because that was
Yeah.
that to me sounded like a cop out.
It's 1951, so it's very early 50s, which is
I saw a lot of
interesting.
50s B
Yeah,
movies
yeah,
make it like this.
yeah.
It's a heck of a lot,
Let's next one. We have a folk horror set in 17th Yorkshire. Yeah, I have seen quite a lot written about that. I'm hoping when it's available to watch that. Definitely would want to watch that. Have you seen about that, Del?
No, and it sounds very interesting because I like Matt Smith's work, and
Yeah,
I've been watching
it
him.
sounds really good.
Obviously, I've been watching him in
Yeah,
House of the
yeah,
Dragons and all of that, and I loved him in that.
yeah,
What was it? What was it
yeah.
called? That neon thing. It was London. It was a London film where he owns a nightclub.
Oh, Last Night in Soho.
Last night in Soho.
Soho.
So I loved that film, Last Night in Soho.
Yeah.
I loved what he's done in
Yeah, it's excellent.
the Dragons. So I'll look forward to anything like this. A folk horror, yeah, my God, I'll watch
Yeah,
that.
it sounds interesting. Yeah,
but I haven't heard of it. No, I haven't.
Yeah. I'll be looking out for that definitely, so I can watch that. And we've got Mukman Movies. Hello, chaps. Hello, Jamie. Hello. We're here.
What a lot of stuff Muckman's done in the last couple of weeks. I'm glad that he's here.
Great to see you in your seat instead of a hospital bed, Del. There you are. That's nice.
Yes, I was in a hospital bed last night, and the night before, and the night before that. But it'd be nice to go back to my own bed tonight. I wanted to show. I just want to say I love chatting to you guys, and I really, really love supporting Ian. Ian's made me feel very privileged and very wonderful, and I think that even though I've been in hospital, this is the perfect tonic for me to go back to something where I feel like it's normality for me, because it's going to be a very abnormal time for me. And when I come off of this tonight, I've got silence again. Do you see what I mean? Unless I do something, and I've got to get out of that, and I need to sort of like do things as normal, but gauge how I react, how whether I find I'm doing too much or whether I'm doing too little. So this is a perfect opportunity to see what I'm like so soon out of the hospital, and it also a perfect opportunity to talk to you guys and to say hi to my friend Ian, who I haven't been able to chat to. So thank you very much, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
great. I'm really pleased that you I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm back now. Yeah. Yeah, we're here. So let's see. We've got my movies again. Anyone seen City of the Dead? I took a punt on eBay and it arrived today. I don't think I've seen City of the Dead. No, that's one I've not seen that one. Have you seen City of the Dead?
It rings a bell. Isn't that a Christopher Lee film? Set in Massachusetts, if I remember rightly.
I don't know.
I
Is
think it's
it?
set, I think it's set in Massachusetts,
Oh,
and that's the
I've not
reason
seen it.
why. That's the reason why that and Christopher Lee is the reason why I think I remember it, because you don't usually see Christopher Lee doing something in a different country. And this isn't a different country that it was filmed. It's just it's set in
No, though
Massachusetts.
I think he did a few things. Yeah,
No, but what I'm trying to say is I think it's a
yeah,
film. I think it's a film
yeah,
funded in here, but they tried to say that it's set in Massachusetts. And what I'm saying is
yeah,
I usually see Christopher Lee in
yeah,
something like Romania. You know what I mean? I don't see him
yeah.
doing many American
So
places.
this isn't part of the series then of the Dawn and Day and what
Oh
have
no,
you.
no, no,
This
no,
is
nothing to
a
do with it.
separate one, is it?
Nothing to do with it. No, no.
Nothing to do with them. Yeah,
I think it's more to
I
do
know
with.
there's a gap, isn't there, for the
I
first.
think it's more to do with witchcraft.
Oh, really? Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
It is from
Oh,
memory.
yeah,
Don't get me wrong. And the only reason I mentioned Christopher Lee is somebody's already mentioned a
yeah.
bit later on about Christopher Lee. And when somebody said Christopher Lee, I went, "Oh, I think I remember it. It's the one about Massachusetts and witchcraft." And that's the only reason I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't
Oh,
have known without those two prods. You know what I mean?
yeah. I know. Do you see? You get these with similar titles, and you think, "Oh, that title's familiar."
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
just trying this. It's not coming up with film. Just having a look at this. City of the Dead, in America known as Horror Hotel. No, that can't be. That's an old one, 1960.
Well, just put City of Dead Christopher
Yeah,
Lee.
1960. Well, it could. No, you're right. Anyway, Christopher Lee is in this. It's 1960. A
There
young
you go.
college student arrives in a sleepy Massachusetts town to
There you
research
go.
witchcraft.
There you go.
During a stay at an eerie inn. Oh, that
That's what I
sounds
mean.
good.
I think it's
I like older
witchcraft and
ones.
Christopher
Yeah.
Lee that gave it away.
So that Christopher Lee. God, he was a hard work. There's one thing you can say about Christopher Lee. He was in so many films. His filmography is massive. Even if he wasn't in that long, he had it all sussed out. He was a workaholic. He would
But
take.
he was a job. He was a jobbing actor though, wasn't he? I
Yeah.
mean, at the end of the
Just would,
day, it's like
yeah.
I need the work. Give it me.
Yeah.
We're
And obviously,
we're enriched to know that he took so many of the jobs up. That's the thing. If he
yeah,
hadn't done,
yeah,
then of course
yeah,
we'd be saying the dead opposite, wouldn't we?
yeah. Well, he must have wondered whether he was going to continue as Dracula as well, and I suppose it's well known that he didn't. He got fed up because he wasn't saying no. He wanted to say. He wanted to talk. And they wouldn't let him talk. Oh dear. Anyway, right. So, well, hopefully you'll enjoy that City of the Dead. It sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's 1960, so it's an older one. Good year, 1960.
It's been a bloody long time since I've seen it. Take it like that.
Yeah. And then Tony, by the way, and then Stephen Moss. Hello, hey up, Ian and Delboy. Have any of you seen Almost an Angel starring Paul Hogan? There's some funny scenes in the movie where he tried to rob banks. in a Rod Stewart and Willie Nelson disguises just does what you just said. Just immediately sounds funny. I don't know. I've not heard of it. That's
I'll tell you
brilliant.
what.
I love
I'll
that
tell you
idea.
what. If I remember rightly, that was a very late 80s or early 90s film, and it was him trying. It was his.
Yeah,
I think it was his screenplay, and it was one of those ones that, off of the back of Crocodile Dundee, he needed to show that he could crack Hollywood with his own script.
yeah,
And he brought this out, and I think
yeah.
it didn't do very well, but it did well as a rental
No,
on video. But I tell you what,
yeah,
nobody talks about it at the moment. Nobody even talks about it now.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
think a lot of Paul Hogan's problems are the fact that he's made his own problems. He's tried to do another Crocodile Dundee film, and that was atrocious. And all of these
yeah, yeah,
things. And he's a much older guy, and he looks a little bit ridiculous, dressed up as an Aborigine when he's 80 something or whatever. You know what I mean? You can only get
yeah,
away with it. So you can only get away with it so
yeah,
many times. Do you know what I mean? And it's just because you bring Mike Tyson
yeah,
into a film doesn't necessarily
yeah.
mean you're going to start getting bums on seats. You've got to have a good script. And
No, no,
he was a sensational comedian in the 70s. And it was a shame that they didn't pick up
yeah,
on that fact and bring him into a film before Crocodile
yeah,
Dundee made him a
yeah,
star, because it's criminal, really, because there was 5 or 6 years there where they could have brought something to the table, and he'd have had a much better
yeah,
success later on than in his life. But the trouble is, when Crocodile Dundee 2
yeah,
finished, everything else was a mess afterwards. So he's considered to be
yeah, yeah,
the Dundee bloke, and that's it. You know,
yeah. She's
but that's how I look at it
sad.
anyway, if I
Yeah,
remember rightly about it.
yeah. Um, let's have a look here. Tony, what man evening is that? The Christopher Lee City of the Dead, 1960. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is.
That's the
Yeah,
comment that I
yeah,
saw, you see. So I went, oh, I
yeah.
think I know what it is.
Um, Muckman, never seen it. Always wondered what it was like. I bet Ian has seen it. I haven't, but I would love to see it. Definitely, it's Christopher Lee. You can't go wrong. It's like Peter Cushing. Anything they're in, you just want to see it. Wonderful. Tony, Battle of Wolf 359 wasn't that in the Star Trek: The Generation series when Starfleet tried? Yeah, and that's why I'm sure that's referenced in Deep Space Nine. But
That's
yeah,
what I was
that's
trying to
true.
get at. It's not
Yeah,
that wasn't in Star Trek: The
yeah,
Next
yeah,
Generation. It's the fact that that's what it was
yeah,
called, and it's where
yeah,
everybody died, and it's why everybody
yeah,
resents Picard and all that sort of stuff.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Stephen Moss, some good horror movies to check out: Night of the Hunted, Hunter Killer, Malum, Dogman, Founders Day. Oh yeah, Deer Camp 86. It Lives Inside, Destroy All Monsters, Here for Blood. They all sound intriguing
Yeah, but you know
titles.
what? Out of all of those, Ian, the only one I recognise is Destroy All Monsters.
Um, I'm sure Founders Day. I think I've seen that. I'm
I
sure
don't
I
think I've
have.
seen those.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen any others. Uh, I don't know how recent they are. Oh, what really? If it's Founders Day, I think that is quite recent. Well, last year. I'm sure it's last year. Yeah.
But Destroy All Monsters is a game, and if I remember rightly, when that game came
Oh,
out,
right.
they talked about there a film called Destroy All Monsters, and that's where I got the idea. I think I've seen a film called Destroy All Monsters because I recognized the game side of it, where it was mentioned, and it was people were saying, "Is it based on that
Oh,
film?"
right.
You see what I mean? And that's good. That when somebody brings out something in a totally different category, games, and they talk about film, then I go and instantly and look at the film side and say, was there a film called Destroy All Monsters? And then I find out, yes, there was, and all of that. So that's how I recognized Destroy All Monsters, because I think I looked for it when I heard they were making a game called that.
Oh, I've just looked here. Found. Yeah, this Founders. Yeah, of there. That's the one I'm seeing. I haven't seen any others.
I've got a funny thingy in that you using your phone's internet is not helping you with your broadcasting of this broadcast. It's probably killing your internet having that open.
Well, there we are.
I'm only saying, you mentioned about Founders Day. You looked on the internet and you froze until you came back and said Founders Day. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, it's obviously not finding me. Freezing Day. Out of freeze. Yeah. Right. So interesting. Thank you for those list of films. Anyhow.
Oh wow!
Not very helpful. Tonio, Starve Acre is a BFI Blu-ray October the 21st. Wow. So
it's one of the films.
It's the Matt Smith one.
But I need to make a note of the name of it because I'm not going to remember it. You instantly do. You
Starve Acre.
I've got to find a pen. I'm all over the shop. I haven't got a pen.
Yeah.
Do apologize for this, but I am interested.
BFI as well.
Yeah, so just bear with me a minute. So Starve Acre, and it's got a Blu-ray, not a 4K. Okay, so it's a Blu-ray. October 21st. Okay, brilliant. BFI. Thank you so much, Joni. That's brilliant of you, and I've written it down.
Yeah. Actually, October's got a lot of good releases coming out. Definitely.
Well, yeah. If you consider that you over the next couple of months, you've got Freddy's, the Nightmare on Elm Street series. You got Interstellar getting an anniversary edition. You've got all these. You got all these re-released films that are getting this massive box set treatment.
Yeah.
And I remember I ordered 5 or 6 of these, right? These big ones. And then all on the fringes of this, you've got Arrow coming out with this, that, and the other, and all sorts. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And Blake 7.
And Blake 7 suddenly shows up.
Out.
I mean, I've ordered that.
Doctor Who. Peter Davison one. So there's loads.
I mean, the thing about Doctor Who, though, was at least you knew that was released months ago. They announced that months ago. Blake 7 out the blue, and you've got 2 months to save up. Bloody hell, you know what I mean?
It's a nice surprise, but I've got to get that no matter what. Yeah.
Well, one of those. I pre-ordered it, so
yeah. So October is a busy time as well. And I know Maxine's coming out as well in October.
Well, I saw your announcement of that, and that really surprised me because I went and looked for the 4K, and the only thing I could find was that it does look like there is a 4K, but it's America only. I couldn't find any 4K announcement at all, apart from a small one that said there's a placeholder for it in America.
Yeah, they're doing the same.
It seems to indicate to me that we definitely are getting a Blu-ray, but the 4K could be this. And then when it comes to Steelbook, who knows? I think it's going to be. I think it's very much going to be like that doll one. Not what was it called? Megan. Yeah.
Megan.
I think it's very much going to be like that, where I think there was there was a Blu-ray of that, and 6 months later they said, "Yeah, we're going to go and do a bloody 4K now, and we'll come out with a steelbook of it and all of this."
Yeah.
I won't fall for that trap,
Yeah.
so I will wait for
Yeah.
Maxine to become a steelbook, because
No.
the reason for that is I've got Pearl and X as steelbooks.
Yeah.
I won't buy the third one
Yeah.
in the
So
series
yeah.
as a standard release when I've got the other two as steelbooks. Simple as that, really.
Yeah. 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 Let's have a look here. We've got. I'm clicking, and it's come on. God, I'm having some problems with my computer. It's not. I'm clicking show, and it's not showing up. There it is. There, we've got that. I don't know. I've got it up. It was trying to. It just wouldn't come on. Anyhow, Sai says, "I'm going to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, followed by Starship Troopers. I can't wait to see Indy run away from the boulder." Yeah, well, why not? Fantastic films, and all together, what as a double bill? That's a massive double bill, isn't it?
It's a very eclectic double bill when you consider one Spielberg and the other one is Verhoeven, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, I would never miss a Raiders of the Lost Ark re-showing at the cinema, because it's a brilliant film. I mean, it's magnificent. It's magnificently shot.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it since they've restored it, and we know that they've done a 4K restoration.
Yeah.
Starship Troopers is a fantastic looking 4K, right? Which I've got. I mean, it's one of my reference discs.
Yeah.
For showing off people what a picture could look like on 4K. So the blacks are blacks. I mean, it's gorgeous looking. But if you were to tell me, if you were to ask me which one of those two films I'd be excited to see, every time Raiders of the Lost Ark. Every time. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Raiders of the Lost Ark just came out the blue for me. And basically, I can remember every beat of the film. And in those beats of that film, I didn't think any part of it was fodder, like padding. There was the getting the staff and getting the light to shine through it, and then there was going through the city and the plane part and the fist fight underneath the plane and all of that. It just seemed like one bit after another without any padding whatsoever.
Yeah. It was almost so perfectly choreographed. It really was. Everything was just it just all fitted well together. It never felt. It just felt perfect.
Yeah,
so it seems a perfect film. I agree. In fact, I think what has happened is it's a lot of people. When it's been out because those last two films haven't been very good. It's kind of devalued these first three of the film slightly in people's eyes. People perhaps are not realizing how good.
Yeah.
That. And I just wonder if all that controversy kind of spoiled people's, view of it a bit.
I wasn't a big fan of the second film.
I bet you if you said what people said, what is your favorite Spielberg films? I don't think that would be in even the top 5.
No,
which is a shame.
Then again,
I don't think it would.
I think you'll find though that when people start talking about the top 5 Spielberg films, they do realize that Raiders of the Lost Ark was a co-directed thing, really.
Yeah.
For me, Raiders of the Lost Ark was brilliant, and the second film I was very disappointed with. Over time, I've come to like the second film, but the second film to me was a huge disappointment. And I think that the reason it was a huge disappointment was because I couldn't get over the little brat shortstop or whatever it was, and the Mr. Jones, and all of it used to drive me nuts. I just wanted him to die now. Die, you little brat. I don't want you around.
You fit that perfectly.
You know what I mean? But I know that doesn't sound very nice.
No,
it's
but
just
I know what you
it,
mean.
but what I'm trying to say is Raiders of the Lost Ark was a grown-up film with no kiddies about, and the second
Yeah,
one seemed to introduce this kiddie that I couldn't
yeah,
stand.
yeah.
You know
Actually,
what I
I
mean?
remember I saw it at the cinema and kind of agreed with you. But then I thought, I'll go and
It's
see
all
it
right.
again. And
Yeah, it's
I
all
saw it
right.
again and liked it better. The
Yeah, you have
second
to.
viewing,
It's one of those
definitely.
films that if you watch again, you find it better. But the
Yeah,
trouble is, then when you get to the third film, it's back to like the first film again, all adults, and
yeah,
you've got
yeah.
Sean Connery added, so you've got the daddy
Fantastic.
part of
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
and you're looking at a past of Indy when he was a kiddie.
yeah.
So at the very beginning, so you see where he got the scar and all of that sort
Yes,
of stuff,
yeah, yeah,
and all of that gelled together meant the first and the third one are absolutely like up there in the
yeah, yeah.
stratosphere. And again, it showed the shortcomings of the second film to
Yes,
me.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's all I can say,
No, I think you're
really,
right.
about
Yeah,
it
yeah.
all.
So, it's working now. All right. Bookman movies. The Ritual is a decent folk horror. It
Again,
sounds
I haven't
good.
seen
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
No idea.
That sounds good. Uh, Steve Moles. Cy Robson. My favorite scene in Raiders is where he shoots the Arab swordsman. Yeah, I can
Well,
understand that. It's one of them.
you can understand, can't you? It's like
Yeah,
there's this guy and he's flourishing his
yeah.
sword.
It's wonderful. Yeah,
He
and
just
then
turns around and goes,
yeah. Oh,
"Yeah, yeah. Ain't got
it's
time for
brilliant.
you bastard. I'm off.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got things to do." But that's a joke, really. That I think there was going to
It
be
is,
a
but
bigger.
it works well.
If I
Yeah,
remember rightly, that was going to be a bigger fight than it was. But Spielberg said that's a better ending than the actual
it's
thing
right.
I've got
Yeah,
planned.
yeah.
If I remember rightly. Yeah.
Cyrus says Steve Mole's one of the best. Yeah.
Yes.
Cyrus says yeah, yeah. And then Muckman movies. How great was Riz Ahmed in Sound of Metal? He was fantastic. I thought that he deserved some awards for his performance. I totally agree. That film, I'm so glad that you sent it to me. It is superb. And, you know, his performance, as you say, is just, it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. One of those films that I say I kept after I'd finished watching it, I was still thinking a lot about it. Before I even then started to do sort of research for review, I was just thinking so much about it, and I love the way the film sort of reflected his loss of hearing. It was just so much good in that film. I don't know. He should have won an award for it to play that role like he did. Absolutely amazing. Highly recommended. And thank you again for sending that to me because I was so impressed with it. Absolutely loved it.
Hey, all I know is
Yeah.
Jim Jam movies and you are getting all these bloody films sent to you, and here I am in hospital, bugger all, and absolutely nothing. What people don't like me? Well, I've got the idea now. People don't like me anymore. That's all right. Stop the liar. No, I was very interested in the review that you gave of Sound of Metal because I think I watched that when I was in hospital.
Yeah.
And it was really nice because it was just before I watched that review. You did your review of The Irishman.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was just so happy that you liked that film. To be
Yeah.
honest, I
Yeah.
came away feeling I did a really good service to you because I wanted you to have something that was going to sit proud on your shelves because believe it or not, the week before I thought about sending that to you, I watched an old video of yours where you used to do reviews of your videos by the shelf. He said, "So here's shelf 3."
Oh God. Yeah, I did. I just did that right in early days.
So
all
all I was saying was I was getting into here's shelf 3. And all I could think of to myself was, I wonder where he'd put The Irishman now. Is it on shelf 3 or is it on shelf 2?
Yeah.
Because I so
I
wanted it
don't
to
know.
be on.
It was one
I
of
so
those
want it to
things
be
that
on the
people
quality
did.
shelf. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Anyhow, it's proudly sat there.
yeah. So
It is.
anyway,
It's proudly sat
it's
there.
not
I'll
about
tell you.
it's not about you getting all these films and I'm not getting bugger all. It was actually really nice that my friends, and I'm talking about Gin Jam here and all of that.
Yeah.
People are admiring them enough that they're getting stuff.
Yeah.
That to me just proves that we all want to help each other out. We all want to know what people's opinions are of something.
Yeah.
And I think you're
Yeah.
one of those people that when it arrives, you'll watch it and then give a review. And there are so many people that get these things and they don't have time to review them. And you think to yourself, was it worth me
Yeah.
sending? It's not that I sent it for you to review, but I didn't expect you to just
Yeah.
acknowledge it and then not do
Well,
anything
I
with
think
it. Or
it's a nice thing to do, to review it, because
it makes you feel honest.
somebody's bothered to send you a film that they think you might like,
Did
and
you see
it's nice to be able to.
Did you see my face when I got that poster from my friend Wee Bob Art? I mean, that was the first thing that I've ever opened.
Yes. Oh, that was a joy. Yeah,
That's the first thing I'd ever
that
opened.
was genuinely wonderful. Yeah,
first thing I opened.
yeah,
and it's a unique thing that nobody else has got. You know what I mean? And just think, somebody drew that.
Yeah.
Somebody had to actually draw
Wonderful.
it. And then, I mean, for God's sake.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Well,
that made me feel
any
very
gift people
that made
send
me feel
is.
that made me feel very, very special.
I always feel it is so special, and I want to give a review. When you've seen something that you really enjoy and want to talk about. It's like that. I say that Shutter Island film. I know nobody sent me that, but I felt so good after watching it. I just had to review it and give you that sort of feeling of why I loved the film so much. And that's what I think what our channels are about. It's just sharing that joy. That's why I don't like giving negative reviews. I have given some negative reviews, but not many. I mean, there's no point to me. If you don't like a film, there's no point in reviewing it. I mean, people, I think you see some channels, I'm not naming names, but they seem to, they're not going to like the film, and then they just put it up and just slag off a film. What is the point? What is the point? I don't believe. I don't agree with that at all.
I just want to put my hand up there. I just want to put my hand up there. I wasn't having a go at anybody for their gifts that they get and then they don't review it. All I was getting at is I know sometimes what it's like to send stuff to somebody and then it just gets put in a pile somewhere. It's not that I don't agree. I don't believe that it isn't appreciative. It's just that I always wanted to know what they thought of it. And you never get to know that, you know what I mean? The excitement is there to know, I wonder if they really like this. And, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But you got to remember that some people are, they've got a huge amount of stack of stuff to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's I don't feel that they haven't appreciated it. They've probably got 250 films that have come through in the last year and they haven't been able to watch a load of them because of any reason whatsoever. The stuff that people have asked me to do 6 months ago and I still haven't done it yet. Sometimes you got to have the enthusiasm
as well. People have everybody has a life that goes on, and some people their lives that they're living is not YouTube, and YouTube they've got to find time go on YouTube and to do a review, and not everybody's able to do reviews all the time because of lives. I'm lucky maybe in that sense that because of me being more housebound, that I can do these reviews because it keeps me going, really, doing something like this, not being able to go out much. So everybody's different way. There's people who are working, you come back from work, like you say, and you're tired. and you just probably just don't want to do any YouTube
Yeah.
reviewing because it takes, I mean, if you do a video, it's not something that's just put together in a few minutes. It's something that you research, something you look at, you think about, and you do, and then you record it, and then you edit it, and then you do all the stuff with it. So it's quite time consuming piece of your time. And if you've been working all day, I can imagine you don't really want to be doing that all night,
Yeah.
You want just time to chill out. If you want them, just rest or do whatever you've got, your commitments. So
Yeah.
it's
Anyway,
easy
Ian,
for people
I'm pretty
to
sure they don't want to hear us talk about other people and watching films and all that sort of stuff.
yeah, but,
We got to answer
I'm
some of
just trying
their.
to make
We got to answer some of these comments, I think.
But there we are. Sorry, I do go on. That's why I call it the I do ramble on you. Sarah, not to sound boring about how amazing my local independent cinema is, but they're screening, the good, the bad, and the ugly in 2 weeks. To say I'm excited is an understatement. Well, that is great to see them doing these older films.
Well, my question to Sai on that is, and I know he's
And
very
such
excited,
wonderful
but he
films.
hasn't.
All I've seen it is
He
on the
hasn't
TV.
mentioned.
Really? When?
Sorry, I didn't know whether you broke up or not.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, you can.
But all I've got to ask about Cy Robson is that's going to be absolutely amazing if you've never seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly before. Now, what I mean by that is at the cinema, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I've seen independently shown around different cinemas throughout the country. And therefore, this might be the second showing at that particular cinema that he's at. But whichever way you look at it, what a fantastic film. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is up there. It's up there for me. The only thing that tips it, and this is very controversial, the only film that tips it for me is Once Upon a Time in the West. But these two films, they're done by the same director, and they're two different times and two different types of films as well. I think it's very much down to what you want out of a film. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The only reason I mark it second behind Once Upon a Time in the West was my father introduced me to it's Once Upon a Time in the West first, right? That's one reason, and secondly, it had a lot about the Civil War in it, and I'd seen the extent. I'd seen the first cut of it and thought it was just brilliant. And then when they restored it, they added about 35 minutes of this Civil War stuff, and I thought it made it too long. But it's a minor thing. It's such a minor thing. As far as I'm concerned, two of the greatest westerns ever made in this and the last century is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and Once Upon a Time in the West. Simple as that. Don't want to say any more other than that. Two of the greatest westerns you'll ever likely to see.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
Well, what do you think about it?
Well, it's a film that I know this sounds, but it's a film that I've got memories of my granddad.
Yeah.
Sitting watching. My granddad absolutely loved westerns. Any western, a TV western or a film, he was watching it. And I remember watching all those with him. He just loved them. Even though, in a way, there wasn't spaghetti westerns about on TV being shown, and what he knew. All he knew was John Wayne and all that kind of western, and the Bonanza and Virginia and all that. So this is quite different for him, really, to watch. But he really got into it, which I was surprised, because sometimes you get quite conservative when you're older in terms of what you like, and you don't want to change and what he like. And this was quite a change. I think he loved the Clint Eastwood character. He just loved
Yeah.
it. So that's what it means to me when I see that film. My granddad just absolutely loving it, you know. That's how that's my memories, really.
I hope I bigged it up, Ian, in the fact that I don't want people to think I belittle the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because if you remember rightly, we've talked about this before, and since then we've watched we've watched and talked about Unforgiven. We've talked and watched about Soldier Blue.
Yes.
We've talked about a number of westerns, like How the West Was Won, and I even bought you How the West Was Won to show you what a wonderful film that is, right? And my father was a big person who watched westerns like you and your granddad. And I think some of the best soundtracks that have ever come out are based on westerns. You know, I mean, who doesn't know the Sound of the Magnificent Seven and all the spaghetti westerns of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and A Fistful of Dollars and A Few Dollars More. They're all Ennio Morricone, you know, fantastic scores, you know. And you know, even newer newer westerns, you know, that have been redone, like Tombstone and the Quick and the Dead by Raimi, you know, is a fantastic western. I think Gene Hackman in The Quick and the Dead, what a character! He blew it out the park. Yeah, I remember all the lines he had. He said, you know, he actually said, the reason I let you live and see the daylight is because I let you live. Never forget, you live because I allow it.
Yeah.
What lines Gene Hackman had in that film. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And people forget that Leonardo DiCaprio was in that film. Russell Crowe was in one of his earliest films. Russell Crowe. My God. A lot of people hear the word Western and go, there. Not interested. Horses, deserts. Bleh. I'm telling you now, Mugman Movies did a lovely presentation of a film called Quigley Down Under, right? Tom Selleck, right? I remember that back in the 80s and going, what a film, right? It's the same sort of film Tom Selleck was in when he did An Innocent Man, where he goes to prison. Tom Selleck was known as Magnum, right? Nobody thought that he was going to be a Hollywood film, but he had done Runaway, Quigley Down Under, An Innocent Man, and all of those films, you know, I can watch and go, do you know what? That was a bloody good film. I think we expand our minds more by going out on a limb and seeing something that is outside of your comfort zone. Sometimes. And every single person that's in the chat I know has gone out of their comfort zone and seen something because somebody said, you ought to watch this. But you've instantly gone to yourself, who wants to? No, that's not my sort of film. You know, bollocks, oh, it's a horror, or oh, it's a science fiction. But then when they go and see it, they go, you know what? That weren't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? You've got to blank your mind and just go in there going, just because this film is a comedy and I'm not into comedies, I might just get to like it. If I don't, all it does is just prove to me that I don't like comedies. You know, it's not worth doing it. But you can't just watch one comedy and go, nah, I'm not interested. Or you've tried several comedies, but they were all in the same era, you know, the 80s. Because how do you know that comedies in the 90s doesn't suit you better? Or comedies in the 2000s doesn't suit you better? You've got to retry every sort of like decade because moods change. That's all I got to say.
I wonder with the westerns if people believe they kind of weren't making them anymore because
Well,
that's
that's
not
right.
true. They've been making them for quite a long time, but because they don't get the attention, um, I think people just haven't been as interested in them. Um, and for me personally, it's a good thing that people have highlighted them, because I'm thinking, because it's bringing back when I didn't realize. Sometimes you forget what you've kind of seen and been into in the past. And this was all through my childhood and that, seeing all these things. But I kind of put them aside as well because of the other interest that I was in. So therefore, when westerns, suddenly people are talking about westerns because they've come back into the people discussing them now, then
Yeah.
it's good because it triggers all those memories for me, and thinking, oh yeah, I remember this, and how they fit into everything, that they're still producing them.
Yeah.
Um, it's a good thing. It's an educational for me, and I love learning and finding out about all these things. It's good. Yeah, it's like that Bone Tomahawk. What a film that
Oh,
was.
wow. Yeah.
And I didn't think I'd be buying a western like that. And that
Yeah.
made me think see, when you watch a film like that, you come in from horror angle, because I'm thinking, oh wow, this is a horror western, which it is. But from that, it gives you a taste of westerns, how they can be. So then you might start to turn to watch other westerns from
Well,
that,
yeah.
and you can get back into watching the more traditional westerns.
I
So
think
you
I think
can.
it, I think it was
You
only I think it was only last year that I got very jealous over Euphoria Pictures. He showed off his steelbook of Young Guns,
Oh,
and
right.
I think it was
Yeah.
because it was an American only release. Because I never
Yeah.
saw a British release of it. Um, but I do remember that Young Guns wasn't, to me, it never gelled with me in the 80s much. Young Guns, I still preferred Tombstone, or with Kurt Russell
Yeah.
or something, or a remake of of High
Yeah.
Noon or whatever, right? But Young Guns was a good film, but it was just that it was all that Brat Pack sort of thing, and I was
Oh,
going,
yeah. I didn't like
I'm
that
put off.
term. Yeah.
I'm put off by the fact that it's these
Yeah.
five actors again, and they're trying to make them the
Yeah.
like a what's the word, that singer Sinatra, like a Sinatra Rat Pack type thing.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
need to
Yeah.
do that to sell that film. If it's got five good actors in it, why
Yeah.
try to make them a Rat Pack? I don't get this crap, right?
No.
um and I remember that liking Young Guns 2 more than I liked Young Guns 1, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
um but I will always go Bone Tomahawk. What a film. If anybody wants to watch a film and want to know how good a film in the modern day can be, I would point them to that film,
Yeah.
because it is a modern film, and it is one
Yeah.
that flew under the radar, and it's cracking how they all gel together, and the
And Kurt
grotesque
Russell's in it as
the
well. It's great
grotesque
to see
na-
Kurt Russell.
the grotesque nature
Yeah.
of how these deaths occur. What they did, they
Yeah.
did it in front of them while they were in cages.
Yeah.
They hung the guy upside down and did all sorts of things to him, and there was no way of hiding the fact that these people are cannibals.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
a brilliant film. Where
It
even if
is.
you
Yeah.
take that part away from it, it's a
Yeah.
great film.
Yeah.
But going back to the old films, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and all of that sort of stuff, you can't go wrong. You just can't go wrong. If you spend £6 to go and see a film that was made in the 60s, and you think to yourself, what am I letting myself in for? £6. I could have watched something newer that's got all these special effects and stuff in. Sod all that. It's about the film. That film is a classic, and I'll tell you what, it's a classic that stands up now. I mean, it is how people should be making films now. Is how those films were made back then. You know what I mean? They should be going back to these masters and going, do you know what? I'm going to try and do a film like that. Not some of this
Mm.
other crap that's coming out.
Mm.
That's basically
Mm.
just another clone of this type of film.
Mm.
It only came out last year. I mean, you sometimes you got to go back to the well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is how I look at it. Go back to the well sometimes and start doing something a bit
Yeah.
more, got a bit more weight behind it. Will you?
Yeah.
God's sake.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. So I'll get on to the next comment now. I think my favorite Lee Cushion pairing is in Horror Express. Yeah, Horror Express is a great film. I always remember it because Telly Savalas pops up, and it's quite funny seeing Telly Savalas.
I know the one
in
now.
that film.
This is the one where the devil's got red eyes, hasn't it? You can only see him when you turn at night, and he goes into a priest at one point. Telly Savalas is dressed up in all this garb, isn't he? He holds everybody up in sort of like in one
just
carriage.
So funny, really.
Is that right? Is that the film? Is that the film Horror Express?
Yeah, it is.
I like that film. I haven't seen it for a long time, but yeah, that's
it's good. I mean, they had quite a low budget, but they did well on what they did. I thought the effects.
That was a 70s film, wasn't it? When was that?
Yeah, it's not a Hammer film.
It's Amicus, is it? Or Tygon?
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it could be. It could be well be one of those. Yeah, but it is a very good film, and it's nice to see them two in it together.
No, just remember it. All you had to do was look. All you had to do was stare into his eyes, and then you just died or something, didn't you? And he could transfer his energy into somebody else.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. It is a very good film and very enjoyable. My movies. I went to visit Sad Hill Cemetery from the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, just south of Bilbao. There's a really good documentary about the restoration of it. All right.
Yeah.
Because they were all filmed, weren't they, in Spain?
Yeah, well, a lot of it was. They've done so many documentaries, but there is one where they did. They talked about the end because I think the end had some extra scenes cut into it. Because it's, if you remember rightly, it's the three gunslingers, isn't there, that are around that circle with the graves all around it. And apparently it's one of the most visited places or something.
I can imagine.
To see what it looks like, and it's still there now. And, I mean, I've seen a lot of documentaries. Don't get me wrong. I might not have seen the one that he's talking about, but I've seen a lot of documentaries on the good, the bad, and the ugly. My God, yeah.
Stephen Moore says, "Cy Robson, good film. My favourites are Hang 'Em High, Pale Rider, and The Outlaw Josie Wells."
That's interesting that they're all Clint Eastwood.
Excellent, good films.
Isn't it interesting that they're all Clint Eastwood? There isn't a Western there that isn't outside of Clint Eastwood.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Actually, Clint Eastwood has a massive, interesting filmography. If you look at all the films that he's been in, it's just amazing amount of films and changes in his career and what he did. It's great. What a still wonderful actor. But I better not go too much into that because you could go on for a long time talking about Clint Eastwood. Amazing actor. Absolutely amazing. And he's still with us. He's still.
I've heard his latest film is very good as well. Just recently,
yeah,
I've read some good things.
Yeah, and because he became a director as well, which was as much acclaim in directing. And a jazz musician as well, isn't he? A jazz musician.
Oh yeah, I met him when he was playing piano at his own hotel in Carmel.
That's it. You've said that's it. I remember. Yeah. Muckman movies. The cinematography in City of the Dead is supposed to be striking. Oh, that's the what they were talking about, 1960 film. And then Cy says Stephen Moles, Josie Wales. Yeah.
The Outlaw Josie Wales is awesome.
It's a long time since I've seen that one, but it is, yeah. Cyrus, and then later Unforgiven. Gene Hackman is great in that film. You mentioned Gene Hackman again.
Well,
And
Gene
then
Hackman. I mean, at the end of the day, Unforgiven is a great film. They do say
yeah,
that was supposed to turn the Western around, make it popular again.
yeah,
I think it did its job. I think it's a wonderful
yeah,
film. But
yeah, yeah,
the thing I remember most about Gene Hackman, funnily enough, in that film was him trying to build onto his house. He was trying to build this overhang or something onto his house. And they were saying about these prostitutes that had their nipples cut off and all sorts of stuff.
yeah,
That's what it was all
yeah,
about, wasn't it? These prostitutes
yeah,
that hired some
yeah.
type of gunslinger to go after these things. And he sort of like didn't take it he took it very lightly, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he just basically shrugged it off by saying you need to give them a couple of horses or something as the debt, and that's the whole point of it. Because Clint Eastwood is the person that's got the better idea. No, it's if you do something like that to women, you don't just give them a couple of horses. These you've took the livelihood away from them. Back in the day, this was not looked upon as being a bad thing, but
Yeah.
they took the livelihood away. They're defaced for the rest of their lives. And you're saying give them 2 horses? What the fuck's all that about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be livid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, what I didn't understand about it is why the owner that owns all these prostitutes didn't do more. And if you watch this film, you see he's upset, but he just turns around and goes, "Oh well, they are livestock. Give me some livestock as a sort of a recompense, and we'll say no more on the matter." He should have been far more livid like that.
Yeah, I think he would.
You know what I mean? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Unforgiven is one of those films that can be looked at from so many different levels. That's what I like about Unforgiven. Because you're seeing Clint Eastwood, who's now buried his wife, got 2 kiddies, and has given up all of the devil's stuff and says, I'm just waiting now to die. And he has to turn outlaw again, to actually do this one thing again. That's such a great story in itself.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And you've got all these other stories. He goes off and sees his friend, and then you've got this young up and coming sharpshooters that basically tells them about this tale of these prostitutes that have been cut up and stuff. So, I mean, it's a great film. What can I say? It's one of those films. Go out and watch it now. It's just great. Love it.
Yeah. So, Muckman movies. Don't leave out Tombstone. Yeah, bloody love that Western.
Well, I mentioned it earlier, didn't I? Tombstone's ace.
Yeah. Best Western for mustaches, and Val Kilmer was robbed of a Best Supporting Actor.
He has
Oscar.
got one of them bloody ankle bar ones.
The mustaches. Yeah, I think that's. Sai says, Stephen Moles, my mate hasn't seen Unforgiven. I keep telling him that Gene Hackman gives one of the best performances ever. He doesn't believe me. Well,
I'm telling you now. If you see Unforgiven and then go and see The Quick and the Dead, just to see the Gene Hackman parts, you will see 2 of the best performances I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
in westerns by the same actor.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? 2 totally different characters that played with passion. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
What was that submarine film that he was in with Denzel Washington?
What's it called?
That's a brilliant film with him.
I should know it.
It's not Silent Running or something, is it?
No.
It's Red something or other, isn't it? It's just it came out at the same time as The Hunt for Red October,
Yeah.
but it's just a better
Yeah.
film. It's this one is about the coded signal to let off nuclear weapons, isn't it? And he basically says we've got to do it. And Denzel Washington character is basically saying there's a benefit of the doubt here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've forgotten what it is, but it's got one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard for by I think it was Alan Silvestri, if I remember rightly.
I should know what it's called. Oh,
yeah.
I
think it's Crimson Tide.
Oh well, I'm sure somebody will come up with it. And then we've got Muckman movies. Oh, so Val Kilmer. Muckman was another good film. The Wild Bunch. Oh, undoubtedly. Some good movies. Yeah. The Wild Bunch.
I tell you what, a lot of people
don't
talk about Jimmy Stewart's westerns films, and he did some cracking films.
Yeah.
What was that one that's called? What was his name? Jimmy Valance or whatever it was. The shooting.
Maybe it's because Jimmy Stewart is no longer with us, and people are not really looking at his career enough. I don't know. You'd have thought with interest in Hitchcock that might have given people a look at his career, but I don't know.
He was a fantastic actor, but but what I'm trying to get at is when people talk about Jimmy Stewart, they don't talk about the Western side of things as much as they do about Hitchcock or Harvey or what what's his name Goes to Washington and all of those films.
Yeah.
And he did one. He did do one. The Shooting of some Valance, isn't it? I've forgotten what his name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that's a fantastic Western that only came out last year as a 4K release.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's a fantastic film. It's even got John Wayne in it, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yeah.
I mean, my God.
Yeah. So you've got these iconic Western actors in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I just think that sometimes, even though we know he did a lot of Westerns, they don't talk enough about how good he was in a Western, because they always talk about the more Hitchcocky type films that he did.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just saying that. I'm putting it out there that we all know how good an actor he was. It's A Wonderful Life. He's done a fantastic backload of stuff. But he also did Westerns, and people don't talk about those too much. Probably because he was in too many of them. Don't know.
Yeah. People actors get labeled to some extent. Oh, they used to. Maybe nowadays they don't. I'm gonna
put this out there. Everybody knows DeForest Kelley was in Star Trek as Bones McCoy, right? Right? He did hundreds of Westerns. Has anybody out there seen one?
Yeah.
Can you name one Western he was in, and did you watch it? Right? Because I'm telling you now, he had a history of doing Westerns, and he was the bad guy.
Yeah.
But we all look at Bones McCoy and say, he's a lovely bloke. He couldn't pull the wings off of a fly. Right? But he was a bad guy in Westerns.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then nobody, and most people that I talk to go, I know he was in a Western, but I can't name one he was in.
Yeah.
He was in some cracking Westerns. I'm going to ruin it. I'm going to let people look it up.
Yeah, I'm sure we might get some response, hopefully. And we've got here Muckman movies. The Wild Bunch is fantastic. It is. Yeah, it is. Tombstone is such a great Western. It always gets overlooked in the conversation of best Westerns, but I'd say that's top 10. I think you've probably got a good argument there, actually.
I think the problem with Tombstone is, even when Tombstone came out, it's a remake.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic film. I agree. It's probably top 10. I bet you any money that the reason when it came out, it was still considered to be a great film, but most people said, "Oh well, I've seen everything about Tombstone, the gang that come to town and all of that sort of stuff. It's high noon, basically, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So it gets overlooked because how many times are you going to hear that story again?
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's a great film. Personally.
yeah. Muckman movies. I love most of Peckinpah's
Pack and
films.
Pie, yeah.
Yeah, understandable. Agreed. Cy Robson. Stephen Mole's Young Guns 1 and 2 are good films as well. Yeah, so he's mentioned them, which you did earlier. And then Tony Hawk, Wild Bunch, the number of kills in the slow motion finale is crazy. Fantastic film. Yeah, it is. Frank Holder, Delboy, I think I saw a PS5 in your room before now. Are you going to buy Astrobot when it comes out this week?
Do you know what? That was one of the conversations I had with Pete. Literally only last Monday, not the Monday just gone. It was the Monday before. And we were talking about Astrobot. And I said, "Oh, really? It's coming out shortly." And he went, "Yeah, I think it's only a week away." And I said, "I'm definitely going to put that down as a pre-order if I can remember." And if I remember rightly, I looked and I couldn't find out if there was a special edition of it or whatever. So I've definitely, now that I've come out of hospital and I need to sit back and relax a little bit, I think that might be a game that I'll buy. Just because I love the first. The Astrobot, you won't know this, Ian, but Astrobot came as a save, as a free game when you bought the console back in the day, right?
Oh,
and
right.
it was better than the releases that were coming out for 60 quid. You would go, "No, I like the game that's on the machine. I think I'll play that longer."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was one of those types of games. It has more imagination than half the games that are out there that you can buy, and and these games cost 70 quid each.
Yeah.
So now that they're bringing out an actual game that you can buy, I think it's got a lot of legs to try and appease, because everybody played the game because it was given free with the console.
Of course, yeah.
So of course it's got a lot to live. So
Yeah.
I think I will be getting it, Frank. Just as a quick answer, I think I'll probably get it, yeah. And we'll move on.
All right.
Thank you very much for coming here, by the way, Frank. Thank you so much. Asking the question.
Stephen Moles, I've got a few on pre-order this month. Chucky season 3, it's a TV series which I've never seen. I don't know how good that is. Set plus Steelbook, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Bad Boys Ride or Die, The Bike Riders, In a Violent Nature. That name, that film keeps popping up. I don't know much more about it.
Yeah,
I'm looking out to get a download of that, In Violent Nature.
Oh, I've got it. I've downloaded it.
Have you? Oh, right. Yeah,
I can send you that, Ian.
Oh, could you? Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, but Chucky season 3. I've got season 1 and 2 of Steelbook. So
have you seen it?
That was a no-brainer.
It?
No, I downloaded it and haven't got round to watching it yet.
Yeah, I just wondered how good it was. Did it live up to
looking forward to it. Now things have happened in my life. I'll definitely be watching a lot more things now.
Well, yeah, hopefully when you've had your operation and get sort of something sorted out, you might have more time to watch films.
Well, a lot of people probably missed the beginning, but I'll just explain. I had a problem with my heart that I've been waiting far too many weeks for what they call an angioplasty. And what happened was the heart attack destroyed then another side of my heart. Now, what people have to understand about this is they have to put rods down your wrist. There's 2 in that one because they had to do it twice. And there's 1 on there because that's the first time they've used my left arm. So what happened was, when I had a heart attack, they had to do what they call the angiogram again to find out what damage there was. And then when they do the angioplasty, they could only do one side of the heart because the veins that they stick the rods down would collapse through the strain. It takes 2 hours to do that operation, right? So if they wanted to do both sides, it would be 4 hours.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that the veins would stay strong enough through that procedure, because you've got to remember they're putting balloons and stents and all sorts of stuff down there. So when we talk about the operation now, for me, it's the operation that was caused by the heart attack. All they've done for me so far is the operation that they told me they were going to do 12 weeks ago. See what I mean? So I am disappointed that if they'd have done it, I wouldn't have had the heart attack.
Yeah.
But I do know that they said they were very happy with the procedure, and they saw that there wasn't that much disease. And they also said that the heart attack didn't do too much damage, but it did. It highlighted the left side has got a blockage as well.
Yeah.
And it was those two blockages that basically caused the problem.
Yeah.
It was just a time bomb. So if you think about it, if I hadn't had the heart attack, the left side would have been left untouched, and it had a blockage there.
Yeah.
The right-hand side would have been done, and I would have gone through oblivious that the left side needed doing as well. So I have to look at it and go, small wonders. They've now found something else, and they're happy. He actually turned around to me and said that was one of the biggest veins it actually worked on, and he's actually unblocked it to the size to a point where they've had to use the biggest stent that they've got in their arsenal, because they've all got different numbers, right? In the background, I can hear them saying, we need a 30-60. And they're going, oh, all right, right? And they said, what? You need one that size? And he went, yeah. He said, we don't usually have them like that. This. And he had to go to the shaft. I saw the guy. You're awake through the whole of this process.
Oh my God!
2 hours and you're awake.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
And you can't go to sleep because they will tell you, can you take a deep breath? Can you breathe out? Can you breathe normally? And all of this sort of stuff. So you can't be sedated. And for 2 hours, I had to lay there with a sciatic bad nerve in my left leg, where I can't lay flat for too long. And a bloke putting 2 rods down my left and right hands.
I mean, 2 hours must have seemed like, God, it must have seemed longer than 2 hours. God.
And this is followed by the fact that the day before they had to do the angiogram again, which is an hour long.
Yeah. Wow.
For 3 hours I've been in the operation the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm happy to be here talking about films. Thanks very much.
Rather than
you're cheering me up, no end. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anybody who wants to send me a GIF of a box of chocolates, I'm happy. I don't have to have a box of chocolates, just a little gift would be nice. I don't care. It means that people care about me. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, the thing that I thought about all the way through that I was in the hospital was my mum. I wonder how my mum is. I wonder how my mum's getting on. I couldn't think of anything other than that.
Yeah.
All the way through. Which I think just goes to show that I'm going to be distraught when my mum's gone. I've got to do something. I've got to do something.
Yeah. I know it will be.
I think the other thing that I thought about when I was in there was how many people. Because I've been telling people one of my biggest worries is that I will die and no one will know. Right, which is why I set up a YouTube channel, because. The sad news is that I don't know anybody in my hometown anymore. If I die, who knocks on the door to see if I'm alive or not? Nobody comes around for a cup of tea. Nobody comes around for a cup of coffee. So the one thing that I got on Sunday was one person turned around and said, "Where's your blog?" I'm waiting. I've been waiting all day for your blog. And I had to reply to him and say, I do apologize, but I've put out a community message to say that there
Yeah.
won't be one today. And he said, "Oh, I've just read it. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you." And I said, "No,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you for watching my blog. You've
Yeah.
cheered me up. You've cheered me up while I'm in hospital at the moment."
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing. I'm
Yeah.
scared. I'm scared because I've put too much emphasis on friends on YouTube, and then found out that they don't really are interested in you. They just want to be entertained or whatever. But I look at, but Ian, somebody like you, you message me outside of YouTube, and that's
Yeah.
what makes the friendship so well. I love
Yeah.
everybody, don't get me wrong, but some people really have touched me this week that I didn't even know were watching my blog. They actually sent me a
Yeah.
message. And for
Yeah.
that, I have to say I am humbled. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. You
I
know,
know Denny is a great guy.
yeah,
He's
Denny,
been yeah, great
my
guy.
mate,
Yeah.
Mainmeister,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Steve's Gaming. They all
Yeah.
sent me personal
Yeah.
messages. But those
Yeah.
are people that I know would. But then
Yeah.
I don't want to name other people because because I don't want to make other people think, oh, I
Yeah.
could have done that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is it surprised me just how many people did
Yeah.
actually worry
Yeah.
about me.
Yeah.
I only thought a maximum of 5 people
Yeah.
would
Well,
even
I
miss me.
read all those on Facebook, and you had a lot of messages on Facebook, which I thought
Yeah.
was really nice. And I hope encouraged you when you read all
Oh, I
those
did.
messages.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
good. Um, yeah, so we'll move on then to Muckman Movies. Uh, I really want the Criterion release of Peckinpah's Oh Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, but it's only had a US release so far.
It's what pisses me off about Criterion. There's a lot of films that they've made US only, and I heard that when they did their new deal with Sony for distribution of their stuff, things were going to improve. But I've
Yeah,
still noticed that there's so many films that they're doing as US only. It's amazing.
yeah,
It's take it like this. Some Like It Hot is still only a US release over there. I mean, how many times have the Criterion Collection brought Some Like It Hot out? But when the 4K came out, we're still waiting, and that was 3 years ago. What? Why are you hanging about? That's what I don't understand. Criterion sometimes. Don't.
is you probably know this. Is this the one that Bob Dylan was linked with? Has
I
he
think it
done the
was.
music on this?
Yeah, I think it was.
Ah, yeah, I
I mean,
thought
I've
so.
only seen it a couple of times. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah. I thought
I just went off on
it
a
was
rant
Dylan.
with Criterion there because
Yeah,
Criterion pissed me off with their US only releases. I just don't get it
yeah,
sometimes.
yeah. Oh, here's one for me now. This next question is an interesting one. Uh, Ian, this is Frank Holder. What was the last video game you played, and when did you play it? Oh, crikey! The last video game I played would have been in the 1990s.
Oh, that's not bad.
In with when my son was young and getting into video games, and it probably would be Street Fighter.
Oh, you
Yeah,
mean Street
on
Fighter 2?
Nintendo.
You
Yeah,
mean Street
I'd
Fighter
say.
2, yeah.
Yeah, it would be that.
Believe
Yeah,
it or not, Street Fighter, by the way, was an arcade game that didn't get very much.
yeah. So
It didn't
that
get
one
very
that
much.
was
Yeah,
linked with Nintendo.
it didn't get very much exposure
Yeah,
because it was bloody awful. I need to be quite
yeah,
honest. Its one redeeming feature in the arcades was it had these touch pads that you punched.
yeah,
The harder you punch the punch pad, the more your character hit
mm,
harder. But you can't do that in the home releases. You got
mm,
no punch pad. There's no special controller for it. So it looked bloody awful. But Street Fighter 2 changed the world. Street
yeah,
Fighter 2 just That one game just changed the whole mapping
Really?
of the computer
Wow.
of the gaming life.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh Christ! The amount of clones
yeah.
that came out after that is amazing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the Neo Geo brought out clones like Art of Fighting and Final Fight. I mean, there was just literally clone after clone after clone after clone, all
Yeah.
trying to do better, and they couldn't. So
Yeah.
Capcom really,
I didn't realize
they
it
were
was
just
that
they were just
big.
genius, really.
Oh, right. Wow. Oh,
But it's
well, I played it anyhow.
I think that's nice to know. I think that's nice to know that you actually played a game that's not as far back as playing Space Invaders. You
Yeah,
know what I
I know.
mean?
I always use that because of pub, but yeah, I mean, obviously, when you've got a son who's interested in games, you have to take a bit of interest,
I bet you
even though
nobody
it's not my thing.
I bet you nobody thought about the fact that your son might have played one, and so therefore you played something
Yeah,
more modern.
yeah,
You know
of
what I mean?
course, yeah, you do. We guys just would, because they're the generation that's been kind of brought up on all these games and stuff. And yours, I suppose, because I'm just before that. You know, games are different for me, whereas for you in '80s, that was it, wasn't it? You know,
Yeah.
the era. Right. Oh, and this is interesting. I bet Pac-Man 1982. He does get the idea though. I could see me in a pub doing Pac-Man and
Yeah.
Space Invaders.
I've done a video and it's called Delboy's Classic Games or
Yeah.
Delboy's Classic Arcade Years. Pac-Man's mentioned.
All right.
But I tell you what, I wasn't a big Pac-Man fan, even though I do
Yeah.
talk about it and say it's a great game.
Yeah.
I preferred things like Mr. Do.
Oh, I didn't know
Mr.
that one.
Do's a little clown with a ball, and when he fires the ball, it ricochets around in the tunnels that
Yeah.
you created, and you have to eat the apples, and they're in sixes, and it makes a unique noise. It goes duh, 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 duh,
Yeah.
duh, duh, duh. You know, every time you go around eating these things. Mr. Do's a fantastic game.
I don't remember.
They don't
No.
make games like that anymore. You know what I mean?
No.
There you go.
Wasn't
Anyway,
wasn't
we
a
weren't
game called Donkey Kong or something?
Oh yeah, Donkey Kong is a platform game where you have to rescue the maiden at the top of the screen, and there's barrels being chucked down a load of girders. Basically, you climb up the
I
ladders.
vaguely remember that one.
Well,
Yeah.
it's what they call Jumpman, right? That's who
Oh.
the character was, but he was later called Mario, and of course
Ah.
the rest
Yeah.
is history because now
Yeah. Yes.
everybody knows of him in
Wow.
Super Mario World, bloody
Yeah.
everything. You know, Mario Sunshine, Mario 64. You know, what I mean, but he was known as Jumpman in that game
Ah.
until they renamed him Mario.
Yeah. Yeah. Laugh out loud. Yeah. They're on about the Pac-Man. Yeah. Show my age. um. Tony Hawk. Been getting through some more B films this week. That book I mentioned last week, Del, is The British B Film by Steve Chibnall and Brian McFarland.
Yeah,
Do you want to
and
write that down, or did you get that one?
I did write it down, and I did
Yeah,
look it up on Amazon. It is available, and I will be buying it. But actually, when
yeah.
I was looking for that book, I was looking for an up-to-date book on the Twilight Zone,
All right. Yeah,
and I couldn't buy both together. So I
yeah.
bought the Twilight Zone one first. It was the second companion. It was called the
All
Twilight Zone
right.
Companion
Yeah,
Second Edition. You
yeah.
see. And it was at such a bargain price that I basically bought that and said, "Oh, I'll go back to that British B films."
Yeah.
So I will be getting it. It's one book at a
All
time
right.
with me.
Yeah. Bookman movies. I'm currently watching a B movie right now. George A. Romero's There's Always Vanilla. Not impressed so far.
Never seen that one.
Interesting. Yeah.
But then again, I've seen a
Actually,
lot of Corman B films and a lot of. I mean, I do know that George A. Romero did a lot of B films before he hit lucky with the zombie films.
yeah.
But I must admit, I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but Joe Dante started off under Corman.
Yes, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, a lot of good has come out of.
Yeah.
Although nobody says Corman did things really badly, but they don't compliment him enough on just how many good good directors came out
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
his by studying under him. Do you see
He's
what I
he's a
mean?
great producer, director.
Yeah,
That's how he should be seen as, I think.
yeah.
Definitely. I mean, is in terms of a producer, look at his list of films that he's produced. Amazing amount of films
I
that he
think
was
the last
playing.
time I saw a Corman film, and it's been a few years,
Yeah.
it was Not of This Earth. No, not of
Oh,
this. Yeah, it was the Tracy Lords film, the one that
oh,
basically
Tracy
got
Lords.
the one that got so much
Yeah,
exposure because Tracy Lords was going
that's
through
right.
that
The ex. So, yeah,
pornographic thing and
yeah,
being an
yeah,
underage porn star. But I do remember that film as being not too bad.
yeah, yeah.
Not of This Earth. That's right. Yeah, that was what it was called. Yeah.
Sai says there was going to be a big fight with the swordsmen in Raiders, but apparently most of the crew had runny tummies. So,
Yes.
to put the day short, Harrison Ford suggested the scene that ended up in the film. That's the one that you mentioned.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
and it
said, I think
works well. It
it
works
was going to
so
be a
well.
different. It was going to be a different different
Yeah,
scene, but it ended up being that one, and I couldn't quite remember what the story was behind it. But I do know that the one that they used, Spielberg was eternally grateful because he thought it was worked better than what it had come out with. So
yeah.
yeah,
Um, Stephen Balls, if you guys want a good laugh, watch this horror film. The Mousetrap, the killer, walks around with a Mickey Mouse mask. I shit you not. I've seen a lot mentioned about this. It looks absolutely awful. It's so terrible. It
when
looks
when I
like the Winnie the
when you,
Pooh
when you mentioned
ones.
the mousetrap, I thought you were talking about that Lee Evans thing where they had that mouse
No,
and that big house
no.
in that.
It's because, do you remember Disney of some of Mickey Mouse stuff now is in public domain.
That's right. Since
Yeah,
last year.
and this has come from. So you get some thinking, oh, let's stick a Mickey Mouse mask on, and I can then go around slashing people like they did with the Winnie the Pooh ones. They're pretty awful. But that's what I've seen. No, actually, to be fair, some people do like the Winnie the Pooh ones, but
Yeah.
I didn't really
Is
like
it
them that
right
much.
though, Ian? You'll have to correct me here. Is it right
Yeah,
that although Mickey Mouse is in the public domain, it's only up to a certain point he's in the public domain. In other words,
that's right. It is.
you can
Yes,
now
yeah, yeah.
use Mickey Mouse up until 1935 or something, or
Yeah,
1924
30,
or whatever it
35,
is.
36, I think it is.
Yeah,
You're
something
right.
like that, which means
And
that you're
they can't use
so
any
yeah.
afterwards.
So in other words, you can only use black and white Mickey, really.
Yeah.
You
You'd have
can't really
thought
use.
Disney would have this covered, wouldn't you? That they wouldn't let their,
You couldn't
as
do a
it
horror
time
film.
moved
You couldn't
on,
do a horror film of Mickey and Fantasia because you haven't got
they're not
quite
going
that
to do
far.
that.
You haven't got quite that far in regards
They'll
to the
stop
public
that.
domain.
They wouldn't let that go.
Well, they couldn't
Because I
help it if it's
presume
in the
then all
public
the other
domain.
characters,
If it's in the if it's in
Goofy.
the public if it's in the public domain though, Ian, they can't stop them.
No, I suppose they can't. They can't stop it at all.
I mean,
Because
at the
it's
end of the day, when you talk about Fantasia as well,
yeah,
Fantasia has got classical music in it going back
exactly.
even further.
Yes,
So you
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
You could actually turn around and say, double boil and trouble. We've got not only the classical music that we can use for free, but we've got Mickey Mouse that we can do for free. We can have and we can have him with a shotgun going around killing broomsticks and shit, and all that kind of stuff. And what a great film that is. And you'd be going, no, what a lot of bollocks that'd be, but you know.
I was just thinking, if Donald Duck then becomes, public domain,
And he will, yeah.
Well, have you seen the film, The New York Ripper? And the serial killer has this like duck voice in it. It's I don't know if you've ever seen that. And I was just thinking of then Donald Duck as the serial killer. It's just ridiculous. That always, it's one of those. Actually, a video. Well, I think it was on the video nasty list. This New York one, or maybe one that they didn't allow into the country. But it's got that kid serial killer's voice every time you hear it. It's just so funny. I don't know what on earth they were doing putting that voice in. It's just it's like Donald Duck as the serial killer. Oh dear. So Tony, is that horror based on the long running Agatha? Oh, Christopher, yeah, that's the Mousetrap. It's the longest running play, isn't it, in the West End?
Yeah, the West End,
forever. Stephen Moles, I watched a good horror movie last week called The Hangman. It's worth checking out. That sounds all right. That's good. Thank you for that recommendation.
Yeah.
Stephen Moles, Tony York, yeah.
Also got a gaming.
The Mousetrap is terrible. You see, it'd be like the Winnie the Pooh ones. I
was just going to say the Hangman is another gaming history, isn't it? Hangman. We've all played Hangman. I think.
Oh yes, yeah. Hangman. We used to play that as kids. Yeah. God, I heard that mentioned for years. Yeah. Hangman. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't try and put it on TV in some form or some way like I don't know. They could invent shows out of all sorts.
Maybe that might be a bit difficult to get the producers to show a graphical version of someone hanging by a rope. Might be a bit difficult to get past. I don't think Bob Monkhouse would even be able to.
We had Give Us a Clue though, which worked, didn't it?
Wow, yeah, but there was nobody hanging from a rope at the end. Might be a hard sell, that one,
Oh dear. Well, I've seen that. I saw a clip of this quiz show, and it was one of those arcade games where they push the cash, and the cash goes down. So somebody answers some
tipping
questions.
Tipping point.
It's what called? Oh,
tipping point.
I've never seen that before. I thought it just reminded me of the arcade game.
No, that's what I was telling you. Do you remember I told you when I was talking about my conversation with Steve? I said we talk about the mechanical games where you used to have 2Ps and you put them, they fell down and then they'd lie flat and then they'd knock the 2Ps up on the top one and then they'd go down to the second layer and then that one.
Yeah. And
then right at the bottom you'd have all of these, and they were hanging over by around about 15. How they stuck out that far, nobody knew.
Yeah.
And yet the 2 pence would just go into the center of these other 2Ps, and you'd go, bugger me, how many bloody 2Ps have I got to put down to get these ones down there? And you worked out that they've got magnets and all sorts of stuff in there, or they've got, they're glued them with blue tack or super glue.
Yeah.
But Tipping Point is the game show that's based around.
That's right. Yeah. I was thinking also those crayon things, they must be a right con job. Where you lift up a gift, you try and grab a gift.
Oh, the claw.
Claw.
You get one choice to go that way, then one choice to go that way, then it'll just drop, and that's it.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't get the thing that you want, there you go.
That looks all right. People putting a lot of money in and getting no back.
Oh yeah, I saw balls in there that had watches that looked like they cost 700 quid, and and you thought to yourself, yeah, I'll put £1 in there to get a
Yeah.
£17 watch.
Yeah.
And then every time you'd get nowhere with it.
No, you
Absolutely.
wouldn't.
Or if you did,
No.
the only thing you got was a cuddly toy that you could have got for around about £1.50 from some other
Exactly.
store.
You're not going to win out. They're
It
never
cost you
gonna
it cost you a fiver to get that far.
give
With
you-
yeah.
uh, right. So, oh yeah, actually, they're laughing at that Mickey Mouse thing. Muckman movies. Anyone seen Peanut Butter Falcon?
No,
Such an underrated indie movie starring Shia LaBeouf and Dakota Johnson. Oh, yeah, I recommend you pick that one up. I've never heard of that one at all.
I don't even know what it's about.
Peanut.
Butter Falcon.
Yeah.
The only thing I know about that is it's got 2 fantastic actresses in it, and it's it's an indie film. But I don't know anything about what that film's about. So,
yeah,
enlighten me, please. Is it a western? Is it a drama? Is it a what is it? I know nothing about Peanut Butter Falcon.
And then there's another film that's coming out soon called Screamboat.
Oh no. Boat Willie, isn't it?
No, another Mickey Mouse killer.
Yeah, it's Steamboat, isn't it? Steamboat.
Yeah, oh dear. We're gonna get this all the time now, aren't we? Yeah. Cyrus at Muckman movie. I've always wanted to watch it. Oh, that's that Peanut one.
So that's that film.
Muckman movies. It's great. The mentally handicapped actor is fantastic in it. His name escapes me, but he was brilliant.
So that's that peanut butter Falcon. Then it's got a mentally handicapped.
Yeah.
Actor. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
In my opinion, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly is one of the greatest films of all time.
I wouldn't doubt that one bit.
Yeah. Steve Moles watched a good film from the 80s last night called Vision Quest, released in the United Kingdom and Australia as Crazy for You, starring Matthew Modine.
Matthew Modine.
Oh, Modine.
Film called Vision Quest. Yeah. I think I've seen Vision Quest.
Crazy for You.
I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure I have, but I don't remember it.
It's on the 2 titles. It's been, yeah.
Well, it's just that Vision Quest is also a toy line.
Yeah.
I mean, Vision Quest, I think I remember it. I think it was called Vision Quest when I watched it. It wasn't called Crazy for You.
Yeah.
Because Crazy for You sounds like a Madonna number.
Oh, yeah.
Vision Quest.
I think you're right, actually. It's one of her tracks. So.
Yeah, so I think Vision Quest I have seen, but I can't quite remember it. It's there's no way that I would actually turn around to you and say to you guys, yes or no. I know, this particular film that you're talking about is a maybe I've seen it.
Yeah,
it doesn't ring too many bells.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry.
Robson. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. First time big screen.
Oh, you're gonna get a wonderful.
It's in my top 5 of all time. Wow, that is some film to get in the top 5 of all time. I've got one more to tick off the list for my top big screen views. The Sting is the last to watch.
Wow. Not many people talk about The Sting.
No.
In the same sentence as The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
No. Well, very different films, you would say.
I take it you've seen things like The Great Escape, which would have been one of the films that I'd have in the 5 big screen views that I'd like to watch.
Yeah.
I have seen them at the pictures now, but what I'm saying is it's interesting because you've mentioned, 2 great films, but I would have thought there'd probably be higher ones that you might not have even considered or thought about, but just because of the amount of films there are,
I remember when The Sting came out, it was absolutely got loads and loads of publicity.
Yeah.
It was one of those films because I think also because of the theme tune, um, it's it may even have got in the charts, possibly. But everything and about the relationship, because we'd had Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid out,
Yeah.
and it was like just that period that it was all concentrated on that. I'll be honest, actually, I watched The Sting after all the hype, and I was kind of a bit disappointed in it, I must admit. I don't know what I think now, because it had been hyped up so much, and it's so intricate way it's all built up and what everything. It still seemed a bit of a letdown to me, but
yeah,
that was just me. I've not seen it in recent. Do you think I'd change my opinion now on it? I don't know.
No, I don't think it would do anything for you.
No.
I mean, at the end of the day, the thing that I remember the most about The Sting is the music.
Yeah, well, that's it.
I mean, it's got the Entertainer in it, hasn't it?
Yes. Is it Marvin?
Well, it's Marvin Hamlish.
That's it. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is the Entertainer.
Yeah,
is a piano piece from the
that's right.
Something.
This is what people know straight away if they hear it. Straight away. The film, you say, yeah,
and that was done by a black pianist.
Yeah.
The Entertainer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what his name is. Christ, he does ragtime piano. That's what he was known for, wasn't it? Doing ragtime tunes. Ragtime was a specific type of piano play. It's that sort of music that you'd hear in Pop Black.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Pop Black theme or something, right?
Snooker.
What I'm trying to say is it's famous what this guy did. I can't quite remember what his name is. Why it's left me? I don't know. It'll come back to me, I'm sure. But
right, let's have a look.
But the Entertainer is the piece of music in that.
Yeah.
Oh, Joplin.
Oh, Scott Joplin.
Scott Joplin.
That's even I knew that. Yeah, I don't know how, but I don't just remember. Yeah. Well done. You've fished it out. Tony Hawk just watched Tower of Evil, 1972, a British horror set in a lighthouse. Oh, I'm in lighthouses on an island. Similar premise to Beast in the Cellar. Oh, I like the sound of that. Can't beat I love a lighthouse story.
Yeah, well, we know you and Doctor Who in a lighthouse, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
I told you another lighthouse film. I said there was one with Kirk Douglas in it, and it was the lighthouse. It was the light at the end of the world.
Yes, yeah, I do remember you saying.
I bet you still haven't watched that film yet.
Yeah,
it's a lighthouse film.
Yeah. I should be there watching it. Tony says, this is about there it is. I knew it was. It says Horror Express is a Spanish production. That's it. The director Eugenio Martin also directed another horror I enjoy, Candle for the Devil. Oh yeah, starring Judy Geeson. Yeah, she pops up a lot in this. Yeah. Was it Crimson Tide?
Yeah, that's the Gene Hackman submarine.
Yes, the submarine one. We did get an answer. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah,
remember I said it. I said I thought it had red in it. Crimson is red.
You're right. Yep, brilliant. Thank you for that. Among my movies, I really want to see the Jimmy Stewart Western Winchester 73.
Seen that one?
Oh, there we are now.
Yeah, seen Winchester 73. Only seen it on telly. Yeah. Never seen it on physical media. Brilliant film, actually. Liked it.
I wonder if it's even out on physical media. I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
I haven't looked.
Yeah. Stephen Moss, Ian and Delboy, have you seen Prince of the City starring Treat Williams and Straight Time starring Dustin Hoffman?
I
Straight.
probably more likely have seen Straight Time starring
Yeah,
Dustin
that's what I
Hoffman,
was thinking.
but I don't remember too much. Treat
Yeah.
Williams. I have seen a few films by Treat Williams in.
Yeah.
More in the 80s, I think, or the early 90s, I think, with Treat Williams. But Dustin Hoffman is one of those people that when I hear that he's doing a film, I've usually watched it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? His name keeps cropping up, and you go, "Oh, right, yeah, I
Oh,
have seen that
yeah.
one." You know.
It,
But I
it
can't
must
think.
be.
I can't think at the moment what that film is. Straight
He's
Time.
been around a long time, hasn't he, Dustin Hoffman? Since Graduate, it's quite
Yeah.
a career, a massive career, isn't it?
Oh, just
Yeah.
ever since Midnight Cowboy, I've watched Dustin
Yeah.
Hoffman.
Oh, Midnight Cowboy, what a film! Wonderful. I think that's a real classic, Midnight Cowboy.
And I bet you a lot
Absolutely
of people
wonderful
haven't got
film.
that in their. A lot of people haven't got that film in their collection at all. It was one of the ones that I
Yeah,
picked up very
I've
early
got
on.
a copy. I've got a DVD copy of. I don't know if it's out on Blu-ray, but
That's what I mean. It's one of those ones where I don't think a lot of people even look it up. I know I got it.
Something about
and I
that
still go
film.
back to it. I remember seeing it on BBC Two, you know, in the late nights.
Yeah,
watching that. The music was gorgeous. Rizzo was a fantastic
Doesn't
character.
he plays an awful character, doesn't he? He's a
Rizzo,
right.
isn't it?
So
I mean, he basically is a street hustler. He sees this guy who's a cowboy.
That's right.
Him, and he sees him as
opportunity.
Hustling his body to please women.
Yeah. And
but
it all kind of goes wrong.
But Rizzo is such an interesting character when you think about it, because he sort of like, I don't understand how he showed a good side over to, I've forgotten his name now, Hoyt, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he always looked to me greasy, not likable.
Yeah.
And yet this guy who's new in New York looks at him and goes, "Oh, I think you're all right, actually." I can't see it myself. I'd be going, "You do not even remotely look like a person that I could trust."
You wouldn't trust
in any shape or form. He's moving about. He's fidgeting. He's looking for tobacco that's on the floor and eating shit.
Everything about him is dodgy.
Everything. Dodgy. And yet this guy who's just come into New York, trust him.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember rightly, the only reason he did trust him, I think, is that he was down on his luck. He had no money left. I think didn't he get attacked or something when he first?
Yes, yeah.
He hasn't got any money anyway.
So
that's possibly the reason. But even then, Rizzo gets the flu, doesn't he? I mean, basically, he's got a club foot, which I didn't understand what that was until I looked it up. I didn't know what club foot meant.
Yeah.
Because this is me in my very early stages of watching film, and I had to ask my dad, "Dad, what does club foot mean?" And my dad used to tell me, "Oh, it was a condition that they had back in the early days," and they said it's like their toes were sort of like hammered. And basically, if you had it, it was very painful. And I went, "Oh, that's why he's hobbling then." Oh yeah, if this guy's in the film is hobbling. And he's saying he's got a club foot, he'd have been in pain. He'd need a doctor, and if he's got no money, he won't get any treatment for it. And that's an operation and a half, I think my dad turned around and said to me. There you go. I learned an awful lot of things from that film. Yeah. Midnight Cowboy, what a film.
It's a great film. If nobody's seen that, I would
the
highly recommend.
Music's to die for. The music is to die for.
Yeah.
Nobody talks much about the music in that film. My God. Yeah.
The whole thing is just wonderful. Their relationship, the way it develops.
Isn't the main track Everybody's Talking About?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It is. It's a wonderful film.
Yeah.
Um, Muckman movies. I have Prince of the City, but not got around to watching it because it's quite a long film. Yes. Muckman movies. With regard, John Wayne, never been a fan. He particularly puts in the same wooden performance in every film he appears in.
He is a divided character. Do you remember we were talking about John Wayne when we were talking about how the West was won? And
Yeah.
I said he suits that particular character in that film. But when you put him in something like Genghis Khan or something, he's bloody sticks out like a sore thumb,
Yeah.
and he's bloody
Yeah.
hopeless, right? But when they put him in the parts that he's well renowned for, he works out well. I like him in The Shootist. I like him in what's that one where he goes over to New York as a detective or something, and he's from, and it's almost
Yeah. Is it McHugh or something? Or
Q or
Q?
something.
Yeah.
Even some of those films aren't. They're not too bad, but it's just that
Yeah.
there are so many where he played that character for so long, it was just like it dialed in the bloody
Yeah.
performance.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell you now, one of the worst films is that Genghis Khan. I saw it the other day on actually
I've
Legend
never
TV.
seen it.
Oh, it was on Legend TV. It was bloody
Was it?
atrocious.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? What were they thinking about? Oh,
Putting out fires.
I think we'll put John Wayne in and he can play Genghis Khan. Yeah, all
Yeah,
right.
it seemed like a good idea at the time. There's one where he's putting out fires in oil rigs and things like that.
Yeah, it's that
Is it
sort of thing where I'm just
Hellfire?
thinking, I don't know of any character
Yeah.
that would be like John Wayne in that, putting out oil rig fires, No. That don't work.
I suppose they were trying to get him away from the westerns. That was it, really.
There's people that make their name for themselves in certain types of films, and then you have to ask yourself, why are you putting this person in a out of the bottle into this production? It's almost like saying, you know what? I think it'd be really, really good if we twin up Roger Moore with Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Going, what? Roger Moore, yeah, he can do comedy, but I don't think he'd be a very good pairing with Gene Wilder, because I know which person I'd be looking at. I'll be looking at Gene Wilder all the time.
Not him, yeah.
Because it's a comedy film, and that's where the comedy is going to come from. Roger Moore just about gets away with comedy, and it's for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. And you're not going to get John Wayne is John Wayne. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's his problem. It's because he's John Wayne. That's it.
Charlton Heston, you think of El Cid, the Robe, Ten Commandments.
But he can do a wide variety of films and be convincing in whatever role
he didn't stereotype himself down in the same type of film for so many years.
Yeah.
If it weren't for the fact that John Wayne for 30 years was well known for doing westerns,
then
and literally every other film he did was a western, that we wouldn't be having this discussion. But his reign would be better anyway because of the different types of films he did.
Yeah. His agent or somebody might have said, look, John, you need to branch out. We've got these film roles, westerns are in decline, they'll be saying all this kind of stuff. Come on, John, you've got to do. And that's why, in a way, I think The Shootist and those last films he did, True Grit, are actually, in many ways, dare I say it, could be his best performances of his career.
Well, they were. Having a shootist that's got cancer is a bloody good idea for a story, for a start, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah.
This guy's going to die anyway.
Yeah.
There's a little lad that's sort of like following him
Yeah.
about, who just happens to be
That's
off of
right.
the
Yep.
who just happens to be off
Exactly.
the Waltons or something, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
No, and there's this story about his last shooting, thing before he
Yeah.
died or whatever.
Yeah.
You could look at it by saying, well, where's the drama in that? Because if he does survive the bloody shootout at the end, he's going to die of cancer anyway, right? But it's not.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
No, it's
What
not
you
as
have to
what
do,
it's about.
what
No.
you're learning about is his career, because he's talking about the
Yeah.
fact that he basically he lost out so much because he
Yeah.
should never have been a shooter.
Yeah.
He could have had such a better
Yeah.
life by
Yeah.
not getting so angry about things
Yeah.
and
And
all of that.
I think
That's
you can.
that's the point of the story.
I think you can argue is he's able to transcend that role. Really, we know it's John Wayne, but there's something added to it. It's not just John Wayne being John Wayne. It's something a bit more, and I think that's why they work. They work well. I because I'd seen a lot of John Wayne films, and I personally
Yeah.
got sort of fed up with him. But then when I saw that, I thought, well, this is actually a bit different. This is something that's
Bit of meat on it.
yeah, that's right, yeah, and that was good, wasn't it? Yeah, it was really good.
You know, if you're parodied by stand-up comedians with the saying "get off your horse and drink your milk" and all of this sort of stuff,
exactly,
all the way through the 70s, that you're basically your career is up if you try and do anything other than westerns, right?
Yeah.
And being as the Hollywood had basically turned its back on westerns, there wasn't much for him to do. So
No.
he literally ended up being a little bit like Charlton Heston and only being recognized for gun laws and what a man should be, and not recognizing the gay community and all of that sort of stuff. And so of course he does become a parody of the past that had no bearings of what the future was going to be like.
That's a good point. Yeah,
so it's a shame. People in later life knew more about his home life than they did about his film career.
Yeah,
he became a joke of his own career.
Yeah, because I mean he'd been making westerns since 1930s.
That's what I mean.
A big career, a
did it
massive
for far
career.
too long. That's all.
Yeah,
he shone too brightly through too many decades of being in westerns.
Because he made a lot of these sort of very B-movie westerns.
Wasn't he in the Searchers? Wasn't he in the Searchers?
Yeah, but that's always revered. That's one of the If people talk about his westerns, the Searchers mentioned.
Yeah,
they'll always say the Searchers. I think they consider it one of the great all-time great westerns. It's always put
John Ford film and all that sort of stuff.
And I think even Stagecoaches, that early one that he did, is quite looked at as a very good film.
Yeah, it's a short amount of men against big odds. That's what he was known for, really.
Yeah. But he made so many westerns; it was an incredible amount. I don't know how many, but it was a lot. Right. The only one I remember seeing him was The Law and Jake Wade. Oh, I heard of that one.
No.
See most Muckman movies. It's a good film. All right.
Oh, Christ, we're already getting to comments from 10:15. Bloody
we
hell.
better move on, aren't we? Tony Hawk, Jimmy Stewart was good as Wyatt Earp in John Ford's epic Cheyenne Autumn.
Yeah.
Oh, when you mentioned, you just said Richard Widmark in Two Rode Together. I think Richard Widmark is an actor I really like. There's something about him. He's got
the name that people don't. This is what I mean. When we go on in chats about films, people don't bring up some of these things. Richard Widmark, I mean, Christ, what an actor! I've just mentioned just now about John Ford and all of this sort of thing. I mean, It's
Amazing,
just
amazing films. Yeah,
fantastic,
yeah,
fantastic stuff, you know,
yeah,
really.
yeah.
Brings back so many memories of me and my dad, you see. So I
That's
love it.
right. It's same with me. It's well, it's more with my grand. It's funny because my granddad is the war is westerns, and my dad it was war films. So that's what I.
Yeah,
My dad was mad on war films. We'd watch any war film,
yeah.
but my granddad it was always westerns. He adored them. Yeah. So it was a nice education getting all this different genres. Definitely. And my mum, she kind of got me more into Hammer as well. So I've got my mum to
Oh,
thank for horror
my
bits.
mum
Yeah.
got me into horror because basically my
Yeah.
dad would be on nights. My mum
Oh,
would
right. Yeah.
my mum would go to bingo or something, right, and come back about nine
Yeah.
o'clock with our supper chips, right?
Yeah.
And she'd want to know whether the Gentle Touch, a TV program on ITV, was any good,
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
right? But then she'd sometimes let us stay up late and then you'd be watching a Hammer Dracula film,
Yeah. Fantastic.
right? And she'd used to let us stay up and watch those.
That's
And my
great.
mum used to she knew that they weren't that scary. This is the thing, you
Yeah.
see. She'd make little
Yeah.
jokes up and say, I'm just going to go into the kitchen and cut myself a sandwich with that sort of laugh. And I'm going, bloody hell, mum. You know, and then she'd come in with a sausage sandwich dripping with tomato sauce. It's blood, kids.
Yeah.
Like
I
this.
like
And you go,
that.
I'm trying to watch Dracula here, and you're eating bloody tomato sauce sausage sandwiches and stuff. That was my mum, though.
Brilliant. I love that. That image
My mum
is
was a
just
little.
brilliant.
My mum was a little sob, really, when I was.
Yeah,
When
I
I was.
love that image. It was great. Fantastic. Yeah.
Imagine us being round the sofa
Let's have a
together. My sister's to the right of my mum. I'm to the left of my mum. My mum's in the centre, and she's going, I'm just going to go to the kitchen now to cut myself a sandwich. Like this. And you're going,
yeah.
yeah.
Let's have a look here. Oh, Sugmos. Jack Palance was my favorite bad guy. Oh, wow. Another actor.
And
A
yet
great one.
many people that I speak to don't remember anything beyond him being in him with Billy Wilder. No, with what's his name? What was the Western comedies from the 90s? Where they go off to Western camp or something. Jack Palance and all that was in that, wasn't he? He was a old cowboy type thing, wasn't it? It was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what was I?
I'm gonna have to look that up because it's gonna piss me off.
I'm sure somebody will come up with that. My
No, it's
brain.
gonna
Oh, I
piss
think
me off.
what's funny.
I've got to look now. Billy, it was
Yeah. I'll just get on. You said with comments. So we've got Tony saying Jack Palance gives such an over the top performance as a devil, or in this case, African deity worshipper
yeah.
in Craze 1974. Great fun. I love that film. And thank you, Tony. You said
Yeah.
that to me.
It was
I
it was
agree totally.
it was
His
it,
performance is over the top. It's a wonderful film.
yeah, but I was just gonna say Jack Palance that I
Sorry.
was talking about was City Slickers. And all I was getting at is that most people that saw Jack Palance in City Slickers suddenly went, where have I seen this guy's face from? You know what I mean? So there you are.
What City Slickers? You've just opened up memories again. Films that are not talked about now at all.
No, don't talk about
if anybody talks about City Slickers.
If I remember rightly,
have to get a revival.
Just to bring comics into this for a moment, Gene Colan, which is a fantastic artist from the 30s, 40s, and he went on into the 60s and died sadly in the 90s. He was given a job to do called Tomb of Dracula, right? And all the time people kept asking him at conventions, why didn't you draw him like Christopher Lee? And he said, because I always envisaged Jack Palance to be Dracula.
Oh.
Actually, Jack Palance did play Dracula in one film.
Yes, yeah, he did. Yeah, yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
so Gene Colan, who's a fantastic artist. If you ever look at it, if you ever go look at Tomb of Dracula, that Dracula that you see there is based on Jack Palance.
Yeah. Yeah. But that film that Tony mentioned it's a wonderful.
Praise,
It's
yeah.
just so over the top. Yeah, yeah. He sent me that one. It's absolutely wonderful. I loved it.
Jack Palance in his later life was in such wonderful. He was in Tango and Cash, wasn't he? Yeah, he was in Tango and Cash. He was
Oh,
in
was
City
it?
Slickers, Tango and Cash. Christ.
Wow.
Always the heavy, but
Well,
sometimes always a heavy, but sometimes in a comic way.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right. Stephen, how do you tag a person in the comments? Oh, do you know how to do that?
I don't understand. I think you have to put at. You put the at symbol in, and then you put the person's name, and it will come up, and then that will tag them.
Oh, right. Okay. Stephen Moore says start with this at, and then start typing a few letters of their name.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you see a box open up with their full name. Oh, right.
Yeah, that's it. So then, when their name comes up in the actual comments, it'll be in block letters.
Yeah.
So you can see that it was them that you're trying to write something for.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to work on my phone.
No, it's on the phone. I've never found it works very well. No.
It don't. Yeah.
I've only got it to work in. I've only got it to work with Java chat.
Yeah. Del, there you are. Will this chocolate do?
That looks
there
like a lovely.
That looks like chocolate.
That looks like a lovely bar of Bourneville chocolate. That does that red wrapper. It looks like Bourneville.
Yeah, that's all right. I like all chocolate. Don't matter what it is. It's chocolate.
Oh no, I can't eat Turkish delight.
Oh, love it, Turkish delight. Anything's chocolate. I'm on board.
I tell you what, though, I went to the vending machine on the Sunday that I went there, and I was stuck in a room for about 4 hours wondering what the hell was going on. They didn't even ask me if I wanted a sandwich, and I'd had nothing to eat. I'd had nothing to eat because the moment I woke up was the moment I phoned the security, the 111 emergency services.
Yeah.
So I got rather peckish, and I said, "Can I walk out and get?" Because I didn't even have a signal. Couldn't do anything, right? They said, "If you go around there, there's a vending machine." A double decker was £1.50.
What? £1.50?
£1.50 for a double decker.
Ooh.
No wonder you have to have a credit card to actually get it.
Wow, what £1.50? Serious?
Yeah. A bottle, one of those 500 milliliter bottles of Diet Coke was £2.50.
Whoa.
Packet of crisp was £1.40.
They must be making a fortune. Gordon Bennett, yeah. Wow. That is ridiculous.
I was hungry, but I weren't that hungry.
Yeah. Talk about making money. Whoa, wow. Tony Hawk, chocolate is not good for you, Del. Have these nutritious.
Great. Thumbs up.
I think he means that. Yeah. Oh, some grapes. I think they're grapes.
Yeah. Have fruit.
Yeah. Grapes are nice. Yeah. Yeah.
I like seedless grapes. I like seedless grapes. I don't really like seedless.
I always liked it in these films. You always see them. They always used to bring flowers and grapes, and then the person who brings the grapes is sat there eating them, even though they're for the person that they're visiting. And flowers they don't allow now. It's against whatever or something. You're not allowed to bring flowers.
The more I keep thinking of the hospital, the more I keep thinking of the Laurel and Hardy sketch where he's eating those hard-boiled eggs.
Oh God, that's strange.
You know I don't like hard-boiled eggs. You know.
Don't you? Don't
No,
you like it?
that's what Laurel says to Hardy. You know, says,
Oh
you know,
yeah, I know that. Yeah, sorry, I thought you would say that yourself.
and he spends all that time, you know, cracking the stuff and peeling it off and putting salt on it.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
And he says, "Why didn't you bring me chocolates?" And he turns around and says, "Because you haven't paid me for the last lot."
Yeah.
I mean, fantastic gags for 1935 or whatever that was.
Yeah, fantastic.
Wish I'd have thought about that when I was in actually hospital. I had nothing to watch, you know. Bloody awful.
Oh, no. Oh, it's a shame. Mukman movies. I lost my mum 10 years ago. She was only 64. Oh my God. Oh, she died alone because she was alcoholic. I tried to get her to go for help for 5 years, but in the end, I had to stop seeing her because it was affecting my own health. I'm sorry. That is
such a
yeah,
sad story.
that is
That I
sad.
mean, I don't know too many people that are alcoholics. I've been close to being an alcoholic. I was in Manchester. I was alone for a number of years, and I was drinking nearly a bottle of whiskey a day.
What? Oh, wow.
But I was good. I was good enough to know when to stop. I didn't have to go. I did learn the alcoholics poem. You know that that you have to. You know that all people
Yeah.
that go to AA learn. But no, I never actually. I stopped drinking at home when I'm alone.
Yeah.
That was the bad thing. If you get stuck in a situation where you're drinking alcohol, like as soon as you walk into the house, and you're drinking it because it's better than drinking a glass of water or something, then there's something wrong with you, right? Because at the end of the day, a can of Coke shouldn't be a replacement for a glass of water. If you're
Yeah.
drinking too much Coke, you've got too much sweetener. If you've got too much sweetener, you're killing your life because your whole stomach lining will be killed with acid and sugar and all sorts of shit. So it's the same with alcohol. If you're coming in and the first thing you're thinking about is let's open a bottle of whiskey and start drinking it, and then you drink another glass and then another glass, then you put on a film and you must drink through about half the bottle while you're watching the film, and when the film's ended, you suddenly realize you're 3/4 of the way through a 750 milliliter bottle of whiskey, you know you got a problem. That means the next day you're going for another bottle that you only bought yesterday. That's when you know you're in a bad slippery slope. I was working for Lloyd's Bank and I basically realized it. So I just came out of it. But so many people can get trapped. I feel for you. All I'm saying is I feel for you, Muckman. I mean, when I think about some of the stupid things I've done in my life, one of them was at least recognizing not to go too far with alcohol. And I loved whiskey. I drank Lefroy, Dunwinnie, everything, you know, Grants, all sorts, you know. And I wasn't prone to not wanting a nice 25-year Dunwinnie or a 12-year Lefroy or whatever it was. I didn't mind buying them because I didn't like the grouses and so forth, you know, of bells. They tasted horrible unless you put something in them, right? But I could drink a bottle of Lefroy neat. So I loved whiskey, but I stopped drinking it alone.
Yeah.
I was alone at home, and that's when you've got no one to stop you. You got no one to stop
I'll
you.
tell you something. Addiction is one of the worst things that affects people. I know from my own personal experience of looking after my wife. She was addicted to prescription drugs, really. The stuff that the doctor gave her was just ridiculous, and of course you get down a road where you can't just simply not taking that, and it changed their personalities. They do. It changes the person. It's a very sad thing, and somebody like me having to basically, look after her, and she's not rational. They're not rational, and they take it out on you, and it does affect your health. I think I gave a lot of my health problems do stem because I didn't bother looking after myself when I was looking after her. But which you do, you just naturally do it. But it's a sacrifice that is difficult, and I'm not saying it's never easy, and it changes a person, addiction, and it changed her a lot. She was always battling it, but it's not nice at all.
Yeah.
And it's just part of what happened. I'm afraid it's inevitable in a way that with the other things, like when you're diabetic, you shouldn't be. She was type 1 diabetic, so that meant that she was having all these hypos, and when you have a hypo, that goes, and you shouldn't be drinking. She used to like a drink. She wasn't an alcoholic, but she liked to drink. But then she'd have the tablets. It's a terrible world in that sense to be involved in. But what else can you do? If you're looking after somebody, they won't listen to you. They won't. But you have to just go along with it. People say, "Oh, you've got to be firm. You've got to tell them tough love and all that." But it's not easy. You can't just do that. And addiction, you can't just suddenly stop. It's like alcoholics can't stop. They've got to just phase it out. If they are getting treatment. In fact, it's the worst thing you can do, isn't it? If an alcoholic stops drinking,
But they get the shakes.
They're going to be very ill.
You get the shakes
if they really ill.
If they get to a certain point, it's worse than cigarettes. You get to a point where it's going to give you a withdrawal. That's the thing. Like what you said with your missus and painkillers. Drugs are the things that people will bend over into a huddle because they want their alcohol or they want their drug to keep them going, and they don't know what to do. They can't.
It changes people. It makes them.
Yeah. But I think we've got to move on because your next message is going to surprise you and make you very happy. Yeah. So I'll let you read it out.
All right. Simtak, good evening, Ian Dell. I just want to leave a message to say it's wonderful news that you're back home again, Dell, and also congratulations to you. Hey, you've reached 1,000 subs. Really?
And I just want to say congrats. I have checked it, and you are at 1,000 subs.
Wow! Now I'm going to just keep my fingers crossed. I'm hoping it'll go over because I know if I start announcing it and going, fantastic,
it'll go to 999.
You need it a few over.
But I told you. Do you remember I told you before we started? I said, look, you're so close to 1,000. I think the best way for me to get going as a normal life, I think it's best that we do have a chat if we can, even though you cancelled it, and said, we're not going to have one, we'll do one next week.
Yeah.
I said to you, I'd like to keep it as normal as possible. If I'm too tired, I can easily just turn around to you and say I'm off. I'm too tired. I've got to go to bed.
Yeah.
But anything that can get
I'm so glad we've done
anything that can get, if I can help in any way of getting you to 1,000 subs, I was going to do it. You know what I mean? So I don't think I'm the person. I don't think I'm the person that's got you the 2 extra subs tonight. I think you just deserve them.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep an eye on it on the next few days, and hopefully it will remain there because I feel it's an achievement. I've worked at trying to get there, and I seem to have been stuck over the last thing. It's something I know my channel's not a big channel, but it's something that you just work at, and I've just enjoyed doing it, and I still enjoy it. And it's really, it makes you feel humble that people, 1,000 people have
Yeah.
actually subscribed to my channel. It really does.
I'm so
And
glad. I mean, it's like when Jim Jam
yeah,
got his numbers up. The one thing I was
yeah,
going, when is it going to be your turn to get to that 1,000?
it's
You've been
been a
hovering
little
around it.
slow. I
I
know.
mean,
I'm just
I'm nowhere near. I'm 200.
fingers crossed.
Well, am I at 200? Well, am I at
Yeah,
240
yes,
something? I don't know. But I like doing what I
we'll
do.
get there with yours. We'll
Yeah.
cut them up.
I've even, like I said, I've opened a
But
Discord
mine
and I
is,
hope that I give somebody a nice room that they can have a chat
yeah,
in. You know.
yeah. I'm, I am pleased, but it's to me, it's just the achievement of just working hard. I think I always believe that if you don't work hard, you don't get anywhere. And I know some people do, but and I enjoy what I'm doing. That's what it is. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, I'm not doing it for, I don't know. I just do it because I enjoy doing it, making little videos, me talking rubbish and enjoying doing all this, and that's all. That's what I like. And some people like what I do, and some don't. It's great. It's wonderful. So yeah, I am pleased, and just hope that stays there over the next few days or so, or maybe goes up one or two. I always feel better if it goes over, but that's great. Yeah. Oh, see what Tony says here. My readout for Ian Sub says 998. They're not refreshed. Oh yeah, don't
Yeah,
don't
I've
worry.
already done it. I've already done it for you. I've refreshed and it says
Yeah,
1,000, so it's done.
yeah, fantastic, wonderful. Thank you, Muckman. That's very stressful. My mum suffered from mental health problems. Yeah, I know about that for the last 30 years. Oh, 30 years of her life. That is, it's difficult. It really is. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
What can I say? It's stressful. Yeah, a lot of people forget about the carers. The carers are not rewarded enough
No.
financially, even. I think it's so difficult to get the pips and all that stuff.
Well, I don't
Um,
even consider myself a
yeah,
carer because I'm just being what a son should do for their mum.
yeah, but you
But
need that
yeah,
often for extra things, all the like if you're going to hospitals regularly and all these trips here and there, taxes are, especially if you're not a driver and don't have that, it all
yeah.
adds up. So that kind of money is useful for helping you travel to all the appointments. Uh, yeah. Mind you, it's getting them to that appointments as well because she was very stubborn sometimes. Well,
Yeah.
she wouldn't want to go, didn't want to go, but yeah. Anyhow, it is. I can understand Tony. It is terrible. Uh, it's terrible, Tony. As Mama always says, yeah. Uh, the first game I played back on the Spectrum 48K was Paperboy, followed closely by Golden Axe.
Wow. That
There you
takes me
are.
back. Well, Paperboy is an Atari game which in the arcades had an actual bike's handlebars, believe it or not. You can't replicate that on the Spectrum, but to tell you what, when Paperboy and it came out by a company called Elite, when that came out, everybody bought it. You wouldn't believe it how we had what they call the Gallup charts back then. A special chart for all these different computer games, and W.H. Smith used to put them up. Yeah, Paperboy was at number one for many weeks. And you wouldn't believe that an arcade machine that took up that was the size of you could be shrunk down into your little Spectrum that you bought for 100 quid from your mum and dad to do your homework on, right? That was the excitement of a kid back in the 80s. How can you fit your favorite arcade game that took up the size of, you had to stand on a stool to get to the controls, right? And it was on a big 20-inch color screen. How can you fit that on that Spectrum that your dad bought you for Christmas that was supposed to help you do your English homework, right? How do you do that? And that was the beauty of computers, because you managed to get that arcade game home
Yeah.
close as possible. And that to me will always be my childhood,
Mm.
even though my people consider their childhood to be anything from 5 to, I don't know, 12, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
When Paperboy came out, let me see, that'd have been 1980, I don't know, 5, is it? I'd have been 16, 17. You'd say my childhood has gone, but I was still in awe every week of what a computer could do. It was almost like back in the day when you saw Toy Story for the first time and you went, wow, look at those computer generated things. They really do look like toys. And
Yeah.
wow, look how
Yeah.
they, and then you find, when you dig deeper, you find out that every frame was rendered and it took 1 day to render a frame. And they had 50 Apple computers
Wow.
rendering a frame. And so it took something like 4 days to do a 30-second scene or something, and this film was an hour and a half. And then you worked out how many man years there was that made this film, and all of a sudden you're full of maths. You're going, why am I thinking of numbers? Thinking of the last time I thought of numbers when Johnny Ball told me to think of a number back as a kid. Right, that's the last time I thought of numbers. Now I'm thinking of bloody how many hours it took to render a scene and how many scenes there were in it. Bloody hell. And Toy Story was a revelation. Trouble is, it then became the norm. That's the problem. When something becomes the norm, it loses its joy to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's like, why aren't we using models anymore? Why is everything computer generated? Computer generated, I can now spot a computer generated thing immediately, because I now know how they do it. So that's all I've got to say about that. But Steve, such lovely memories of Paperboy and Golden Axe. Thank you very much. Golden Axe, by the way, was Sega, just so you know.
I was just thinking, well, all this about the filming is, when you think of stuff like Wallace and Gromit, how many hours it takes to film.
Claymation stock photography, which
fantastic stuff.
That's more Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah, I know it goes back to that. But it's good that somebody's still doing that in a way. It's nice. I like that fact that they're still doing that.
It makes perfect sense to you now that everybody knows that on your telly you've got something called 24 frames per second mode. Right?
Yeah.
Right. That's because 24 frames is how much a film cranks by per second. So you've got 24 frames that make up a second. That is film. So when you're doing Wallace and Gromit, you've got to do 24 individual movements per second. Do you see what I mean? So he might be eating soup and it'd be 1 frame, 2 frames, 3 frames, 4 frames, 5 frames, all of this. And you might do 2 frames where it's coming towards, and then 4 frames and all that. Add it all together, do 24. And that's 1 second of film, ladies and gentlemen. Then you work out how many seconds there are in an hour and a half, and you work out, bloody hell, that was a lot of bloody moving of bloody spoon shit. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Ray Harryhausen, he had to do what, 25 minutes of special effects per film. Wallace and Gromit is all stop motion photography.
Yeah, exactly.
Drive me nuts.
And they've done cinema films, haven't they? Which is they've actually done cinema films, not short films.
They did Chicken Race, didn't they, or whatever it's called, and all that sort of stuff.
Amazing. All that time invested in that. Amazing. Right, you're right. We've gone with time. Sarah Rosen, James Cameron started under Roger Corman. Yeah.
See what I mean? Roger Corman, they ought to do a lot more. Yeah. They ought to do a lot more towards Roger Corman, as what he is. I don't like it that he's always known as bad B-movie stuff. He actually did a lot of good for the film industry. In fact, the film industry wouldn't be as healthy as if it weren't for him.
Yeah. Tony says, love playing that board game Mousetrap as a kid. Oh
Oh,
yeah, that's a great game. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
that's
Tony,
about
but
my time.
you and I differ on that.
I
You know what?
remember it.
Setting that board game up took an hour. And the bastard thing was so temperamental. Oh, drove me nuts.
Oh.
As a kid, all I know is that you got bored of people waiting for you to get the board game set up. And they said, "Oh, I'm going outside now. I'm fed up."
Actually, they always look better on telly on the
Oh
advert.
yeah,
On the
it was,
adverts, they
it was all made
show
out
all
of
the
blue.
colours.
It was all made out of blue plastic. I think the mouse was yellow, if I remember rightly. Bloody awful.
It's like I don't.
It had a trap that sort of did that when it fell down because it was on this sort of like spindle that had little knives sort of sticking out. So it went like this.
I'll tell you something. Scalextric always looked exciting on TV. You got Scalextric set up, wonderful. You know, me and my brother having races, but half of the time the track was sticking. The weren't going round properly. It was never as good as it should have been. I mean,
Yeah,
and also the space it took up.
Well,
It took up such a lot of space, Scalextric as
I
well.
will say this about Scalextric. I never had one. I always had the knockoffs.
Oh,
So I never knew whether Scalextric actually was better or not. Because I used to have guns, you know, which was just a gun with a trigger and it made the cars go forward, right? I didn't have control of speed or anything. So I always thought to myself, well, this is a really boring game because if you measured the track and you measured the metal part of the track that the car runs on, if they're both identical lengths, then nobody can win because it's all down to whoever pressed the trigger at the beginning first. Because as long as they stay on the track, they've won. Because they moved off faster than you. And I never really liked even the tracks back then until the cars came along with lights that had the lights on them. You know, where when you put it on, the lights actually on the cars lit up. Because then when you played it in the dark, it looked really good, right? But when it weren't dark, it was just another Scalextric track game. You know what I mean? With a thing. So.
I liked it because, but this was more made that you could get the buildings. We had all the accessories, and that was nice. And the figures, you could get figures and put all that.
Where could you store this kit? You couldn't set up a room, could you? And have it built 100% of the time. You have to dismantle the thing at some point. Putting them bloody.
You know those games. Years later, I remember selling them off, and they were worth a lot of money. We got a good money because we had them in the original. We kept the original boxes. We put them in the original boxes, and they were worth a lot of money to collectors.
You've got Formula One cars that people
can't. They are now. I dread to think what they're like.
They had Formula One cars that people can't even name what the models were back in the day with James Hunt with them. So I mean, of course they're worth money. You know, I mean,
yeah.
But we'll have to move forward, won't we? Because it's
let's see. This is right. A New York Ripper remake with Donald Duck as the killer would be hilarious. Yeah, that's what I mentioned about the duck.
That was ages ago, wasn't it? Talked about that. I don't know.
Cyrus, so the first game I ever played was Dig Dug on the Atari.
He's probably talking about the Atari 2600, which is called the Atari VCS system. But it could be the Atari 800 or the Atari 400. But Dig Dug was an arcade machine. Yeah, brilliant. The weird thing about Dig Dug, if I remember rightly, is you're the enemy. You know, have you ever noticed in arcade games, it's always you against the alien invaders and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Dig Dug, right?
Yeah.
These creatures live under your house doing no harm whatsoever, but you suddenly tunnel down there and blow them up with air. You've got a foot pump that goes with air, right? And it makes them blow up until they explode, right? Now, Why are you going down into the ground to kill these creatures that are doing no harm to anybody
Yeah.
underneath? It's almost like saying, I don't like worms, so I'll
Yeah.
go underneath my garden and I'll kill every worm I ever come across, right? And I'm going to do it in the most inhumane way I can think of, which is blowing them up with an air pump.
Ah.
Right? So in this game, and I don't think anybody really worked it out. You're the enemy.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
the one going around
Yeah.
killing them.
Yeah.
And they've done nothing to you.
Yeah.
Bastard. You're the bastard in the game. Bloody hell. Marvelous. Thanks very much.
Oh,
That's all I remember about
yeah.
Dig Dug.
We've got Muckman movies. Peanut BF. Yeah, that's that
I
film
want
we
to know,
mentioned.
don't I?
Yeah. The plot follows a young man with Down syndrome who escapes from an assisted living facility and befriends a wayward fisherman on the run as the two men form a rapid bond. A social a social worker attempts to track them.
That sounds all
That
right,
sounds
doesn't it?
very powerful. Very
He
powerful.
escapes from an assisted living facility and befriends a wayward fisherman. I mean, even
Yeah.
that sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then you've got a social worker that's wondering, why have you left this facility? We better
Yeah.
track you down.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. That
Yeah,
sounds
I
very
like that.
good. Yeah. Steve Mill says Vision Quest was recently released on the Warner Archive label.
Ah,
Yeah, in the UK on Blu-ray. There you are. You
Yeah.
mentioned that.
well, it's amazing. This archive label is doing really well. I've bought a couple of films now under this archive label.
Yeah.
Do you remember? One of these archive labels was that Soldier Blue, wasn't it? That was a
Yes.
classic.
Yeah.
Under the archive label. Yeah.
Sorry, we've had that one. Cy Robson, The Sting 2 was good as well. Do you know? I didn't know there was a Sting 2.
not as
I had
well,
no
not as
idea.
well, not as well renowned though, is it? The Sting 2.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Well, there was a number of films, wasn't there? Because there was Sting 2. Didn't even Burt Reynolds and Paul Newman do a gangstery 1930s sort of thing like the Sting, and it was bloody awful.
I can imagine. Yeah.
That was it. It was Kirk Douglas, wasn't it? It was Kirk Douglas and somebody, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I've not heard.
Two big Hollywood actors.
Yeah.
It was like Clint Eastwood and Kirk Douglas doing a gangster's 30s thing, and it was bloody awful. You know what I mean? I can't remember what it was called for the life of me, but I remember it in the 80s. Atrocious film.
It says here, Prime of the City and Straight Time are two more released on Warner Archive on Blu-ray.
Yeah. They're doing really well, these archive labels. They got me intrigued, I have to say.
Prince, it said that. So,
yeah.
A Prince of the City.
Prince of the City, yeah, not Prime of the City, yeah.
My movies. The great Sidney Lumet directed Prince of the City.
Yeah. Oh. I've never really been able to pronounce his surname. Is it Lamont? Is it most people say?
It is Lumet.
I think it is Lumet.
Yeah, it could be. You're probably right.
They say Sidney Lamont, don't they, or whatever it is. They're making them sound big because they can pronounce his name better than anybody else. I'm just,
Steve Moles, the Ice Pirates, Action Jackson. Oh yeah, Action Jackson. The Frisco Kid, Quick Change, Pump Up the Volume, Night Shift, One Crazy Summer, more good films released on the Warner Archive. It's getting quite a selection of films in the Warner Archive.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I did go over there because I bought the Ice Pirates literally 7 weeks ago, and I was telling people I bet this is a science fiction film that most people don't even remember. and it's got the bloke from Vegas in it. You know, the forgotten his name, but it's a parody, almost like Spaceballs.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
Right,
get you.
it's got
Yeah.
all the jokes from Alien in it and everything. Right, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
And it's all about water being the most highest paid commodity thing, just like in Spaceballs, air is. You know, in
I
Spaceballs.
think you might have shown one of the trailers on your blog of that.
Yeah, and I
I
actually
think you might
mentioned it
have
on
done.
this
Oh, I bet you did.
very
Yeah.
channel that I'd bought that, and it was and it's a film that I thought was quite funny, and and
Yeah.
then somebody said, "What's another film that I would recommend from that sort of era?" And I said, "Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension."
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot of people talk about that film either, and apparently that's coming out again this year. So,
Oh. Tony York says John Wayne did seem out of place in anything other than a Western. When he's in London as a US cop in Brannigan, he really acts much as a sheriff would in a Western.
Western,
Yeah. It's a good point. Steve Moles, Patrick Wayne, oh yeah, John Wayne's son, was good in Sinbad and The Eye of the Tiger and The People That Time Forgot.
Oh yeah, people don't talk about the people that time forgot. Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger gets a lot of attention. The people that time forgot, less so. Me and if you remember rightly, me and Denny have talked about why is it that we don't have Blu-rays of the people that time forgot and all of these old 70s, you know, because they were all films that we watched as kiddies on TV. You know, Warlords of Atlantis is another one, isn't it? I mean, nobody talks about these films much anymore. And Denny and I have sort of like said that one day we'll do a little discussion on the films that people don't talk about, and we'll bring in people that time forgot, and that Warlords of Atlantis, and all of those films, because it's criminal that you can still only get them on DVD, or they're not even available on any format other than VHS. They haven't got even around to doing a DVD of it. And here we are moving into 4K, and they're bringing out The Thing for the 50th time with a different cover. And you've got stuff that you haven't even thought about.
Yeah.
You know, you just wondered to yourself, why?
Yeah.
Why can't 88 Films or somebody get some of these bloody other titles out on Blu-ray rather than keep bringing out?
It's like
you know,
you get 4K releases sometimes of films that you think, oh, why have they released that on a 4K?
Yeah, and he had that last year. What's
the policy is?
They've added 2 seconds to it or something, you know, some advert.
You just wonder why. Anyhow, Tony, I love People That Time Forgot. Very cheesy, but enjoyable.
Brilliant, yeah.
Stephen Moores, the only John Wayne film I liked was Brannigan.
Brannigan, yeah.
Tony Hawk says, Brannigan is so enjoyable, I think, because it's such a different location for him, and he has to deal with the British way of doing things. Yes,
yeah, it's sort of like a Columbo film, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. This is Stephen Moores. Sheena, starring Tanya Roberts, is a good film, but expensive on Blu-ray. £20 on HMV.
Yeah. When you consider how much 4K is, and then when you consider what Blu-ray is, £20 a little bit on the tough side, isn't it? Unless it's something really special. I don't think I've seen it. I know of Tanya Roberts' work.
What's Sheena? Is it one of those sort of sword and sorcery?
Jungle Girl? Is it Jungle Girl type film or something? I don't know. Sounds like it. Sheena of the Jungle.
I don't know. No idea. Yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah. Stephen Moles, I wonder if anyone has bought Garbage Pail Kids on Blu-ray. £25 for a Blu-ray HMV. I was going to buy a double set of Teen Wolf on Blu-ray, but but I'm not paying £28 for it from HMV. That's a hell of a lot,
Yeah,
isn't
but
it?
this is what gets me about something like
25
Teen Wolf.
quid.
28 quid, right? Teen Wolf. The first film was great. The second film,
Yeah.
bollocks. Right? I mean, I'd turn around and say, "Can I have the first one only, please?" I was never enamored by Teen Wolf anyway. Michael J. Fox. He couldn't really do any wrong after Back to the Future, but I think he
I
did.
wasn't really. I've
I
got to
think he did.
admit.
I think he did Teen Wolf around about the time that he was negotiating his contract for his TV show that he was doing, you know. And they brought him on at the last minute for Back to the Future, wasn't it? Because Eric Stoyles or whatever his name was didn't do much. They didn't like him or something. And I believe it already nearly put in the bag Teen Wolf. They're very, very close together films. Do you see what I'm getting at? But you can see the difference between Teen Wolf and Doc Hollywood, which is another film that came out a couple of years later.
Yes.
And Doc Hollywood is a million times more than what Teen Wolf ever was. You know what I mean? Teen Wolf is all basketball and school and being a werewolf when you're just becoming adolescent, you know, and all of this sort of stuff. And to be quite honest, I didn't rank it that high when I saw it, but I can understand why kids did. But I think I was past that age where I even cared. You know, I'm wrong. I know this, kids. I'm just letting you know I'm wrong, but I don't have a fan for Teen Wolf.
This garbage pail kids. I've seen people showing it, but I've never heard of it. Is it some sort of kids film?
You know, Grouch, who's in Sesame Street, who lives in a dustbin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Think of that toy line called the Cabbage Patch Kids, where kids grow about cabbages on a farm lot.
Oh yeah.
Garbage Pail Kids is that. It's these kids that grow out of dustbins.
Oh.
They look like Muppets.
God. It sounds
They look like Muppets. Like Grouch out of Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Bloody awful. I'm sorry, but I don't mean to say.
Yeah.
I don't mean to badmouth.
It's not for me. At 25 quid. Blu-rays shouldn't be 25 quid.
Well, that's what I think myself.
That's not supposedly the price. It's supposed to be about $14.99, something like that. Yeah. So okay, next one. Tony says, I have Law and Jake. What's happened there? It's gone right there. It's gone off. It's coming again. I have Law and Jake Wade. If I remember, it was Richard Widmark and Robert Taylor who starred, not John Wayne. Oh, I don't know that one. Richard Widmark was one of my favorite US actors. Hell and High Water is a good early role for him as a sub-captain in search of a Chinese atom bomb. Oh, that'd be perfect. I may have even seen that. I've seen a lot of those sort of films, war kind of films. Jack Palance was good in Cops and Robertsons.
Cops and Robertsons.
Chevy Chase. I've not heard that.
I remember that. This is where like I said, he was starting to let his guard down and become a parody of himself. You know, like City Slickers. You know, he basically recognized, look, I'm old now. I was always the bad guy. Now I'll be the bad guy, but in a comedy or something. You know, it's like. And that's what I like about Jack Palance, because he really was a classically trained actor, wasn't he? And then basically,
Oh, look, Danny, he popped up. Hello, Danny Dukes. I hope you're all good. Yeah, I know. We came on. We decided to do it. Yeah. Jack Palance was over the top in Hawk the Slayer, of course. Yeah,
I
Hawk the
bought Hawk the
Slayer.
Slayer on Blu-ray
Yeah.
recently, believe it or not. I saw it on telly
Yeah.
on the Legends
Oh,
TV, and then I went and bought it.
yeah. Yeah. The only time when I would drink is on my birthday and Christmas. When I became diabetic, I stopped drinking. I think, in a way, I have really. I haven't really drank anything alcoholic for quite a few years now. Yeah.
In fact, actually, one of the questions they asked me when I was talking when I had my heart attack, they said, "How much do you drink?" And I said,
Yeah.
"I don't drink alcohol alone."
Yeah.
So basically, I haven't had a drink since
Yeah.
Christmas, really, or my birthday. I'm not.
Yeah.
I would put right down on your sheet of paper 1 unit a week, but I'm telling you now, it's more like one. I've probably had 4 units in the whole of this year. To be honest, 4 cans of lager, maybe in the whole of this year I've had. So,
yeah. I've not had wine or anything. Nothing for
I just don't.
years now.
I just don't see a point of drinking alcohol alone. No.
Yeah, I don't. Actually, in a way, you're right. I kind of agree with you there. Oh, I just get to. I got to a point when I was young. It didn't matter. You just wanted to drink, and that you get to a point where you're just not bothered. I just became. Oh, I'm not bothered. That's what happened to me.
I'm more pissed
I can't
off.
stand the taste.
I'm more pissed off if I haven't got something like flavored something to drink, whether it be orange juice or can of Coke or whatever it is. I'm more pissed off than if I haven't got a bottle of bloody alcohol somewhere or a can of Budweiser or Kronenberg or whatever.
Yeah.
I care less.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Tony says he can't stand the taste of spirits. Not teetotal, but don't regularly drink. Yeah, I understand that.
Don't get me wrong. I love alcohol as well. I've told you I used to love my whiskey drinking. It's just that I just don't drink by myself anymore.
I know you. And specialist whiskies I've never heard of. The most whiskies I've heard of would be Walker's, Teachers, Glenfiddich. That's all I can remember of whiskies. And I know it's a very big world. You talk about loads of whiskies.
Well, I told you, Glenfiddich, Glenmorangie, all of those, gorgeous.
Yeah,
Dunwinnie.
Yeah.
Oh.
If I'm honest, I was never really into spirits. I'm a beer man. I always loved my beer.
My dad liked bitter. I like lagers. My dad liked bitter. He liked the flat type.
I had to have bitter. It was always. I didn't want lager. I always thought lagers for southern softies.
I told my dad that's what them bastards at Leeds drink. So you don't want to drink that.
I know you've got. You can't have these southern softy drinks. You got to have proper drink. Proper. But yeah, there we are. Daddy says, Cy Robson, I mate. And next one is very. Well, I keep clicking this. It's very slow coming up. Congratulations! Thank you, Cy. Yeah, fingers crossed. It'll stay there now. We'll see. But next, somebody's probably already thinking, "I'll get him. I'll click it back." And we are low, Carol. So there you are. You say, that's true. Probably is somebody saying that.
I'm surprised. Ian, I'm surprised somebody hasn't put. I'm unsubscribing from Dell. Then I realised I've never subscribed to him anyway. So that's I can't do that.
Tony, thanks for the confirmation, Dell. Congratulations, Ian. You just know some evil BA is going to unsubscribe now. Yeah. You're probably right. I don't think it'll last till tomorrow.
Wait till he gets to 2 over 1,000.
Yeah, that's when I'm going to be more. I am excited, but not, if you see. I daren't get too carried away. Let's all subscribe through it. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it after this
There's
stream.
still
Yay! Just for a laugh.
all these sods are there waiting.
Mass exodus.
Steve look at enough that I am type 2 diabetic. Yeah, so am I. I just have to take 4 metformin. Oh, yeah, good old metformin tablets a day. Plus, I have to take a folic acid tablet. Yeah, I get told I need folic acid sometimes. And 2 apipixaban. They found a blood clot in my chest. I take, I
Yeah,
take all these blood things.
epoxidban's a blood thinner.
No, I don't take that one, but I take about 3 different ones for my blood pressure. There's Lisinprol or whatever, the main one, but then there's a couple more that I have to take.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if anybody wants to know about blood pressure, I need to know. I know about it. I mean, I bet you any money one of them is a tenolol.
I don't know, but anyhow,
Doxazone.
I've had it since I was
Doxazone. Doxazone.
It could be. All I know is Lisinprol, and then these other 2 came afterwards.
It's Lisinopril. And the reason Lisinopril is so popular is because it used to be the number 1 blood pressure tablet.
And guess what happened today? That was they delivered my medication. I looked in, and it wasn't there. And then I spent an hour trying to get through to the chemist to say that it wasn't there, what was going on. I did eventually, after an hour, get through, and they're bringing it tomorrow. So
when I was first diagnosed with hypertension, and this is when I was 18, my doctor turned around to me and said, I'm gonna put you on 2.5 milligrams of Lisinopril, and that sounded like a lot. I was going, what? And he went, that's a small dosage, but you're really on them for life now. You're 18. Even if you changed your life around, I doubt that your bloods would change. 2.5 then went to 5 then went to 20 then went to 40 then went to 60. And when I went to Manchester and I went out with my girlfriend up there, and her dad had a triple bypass, heart bypass. He turned around to me and said something that was quite scary. I think he said, when Lisinopril gets to 80 milligrams, anything over that is a waste of time because you've reached the threshold of it.
Oh God!
They will still prescribe it for you up to 100 milligrams, but as far as I know, if you go to 80, there is nothing that extra 20 does for you. It can actually do nothing.
Because you'll have me looking now at mine. I've been having it since I was 40, so I don't know.
I had it since I was 18.
They put some more extensions, so I don't know. Hopefully, it won't be as much.
I was 18, and I'm 55.
18.
Yeah, and I'm 55.
Wow.
Now.
And what is it now then? At 55,
I'm on 60 milligrams.
Oh, so you are getting nearer then, aren't you? That 80. Oh God. Oh. Anyhow. As well, and then
what you have to remember, Ian. What you have to remember is my medication now has to be monitored over the next 4 weeks because I've had stents. So I probably don't need these blood pressure tablets anymore. I've got to give them new readings, and they might knock it down to 40 now because your blood pressure needs to be at a certain range, which is like 120 over 80 or whatever it is. You know what? At the moment, when they were measuring my blood pressure, I think what they told me was my average was 129 over 92, which meant I was only 12 over the bottom figure, and I was only 9 over the top figure. So basically, I've left in a better position, but we don't know what my blood meds need to be changed to. So we'll see. I'm looking at things being a lot more positive,
Yeah, I think you've got to be positive. Yeah, I try and be positive with everything. Every day I wake up, I say I'm alive. At 64, I think 64, I'm happy. But I'm always thinking about my mum because I know she died when she was 73, and I feel the same as her. So I always think, yeah, I've got a few more years, yeah, hopefully, until about 73. Anyhow, McMahon's laughing there. And then Sai say, only joking. I was laughing at unsubscribing, not Stephen's time to diabetes, by the way. Yeah, that's all right. Mukman movies, yeah, I believe you. Tony says, I think the Warner Archive was mainly US releases. They seem to be releasing more in the UK recently.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd say that.
yeah. Warner Archive has basically replaced. The HMV Premium Collection.
You know how
Yes, I
much
remember him
you know how
saying
much
that.
I love the the
Yeah,
premium collection.
yeah,
And
I remember.
I don't think the HMV premium collection did many Ealing films, and even the Warner
Mm.
even the Warner archives are actually bringing out the Lavender Hill mob, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah.
And the man in the white suit, you know, the Alex
Didn't
Guinness
see that
stuff.
in a 4K,
Yeah,
release.
you know,
Yeah,
those are Alex Guinness Ealing films,
yeah,
and you wouldn't think of them being under Warner, but
yeah,
I believe that they are.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. This is interesting. All the HMV Premium films are Warner films, but must have lost
yeah,
the contract to carry on printing. Yeah, so there's no more premium collection.
yeah.
Never knew they were all Warner. Tony says. Sai says, Ice Pirates was a frequent video store rental. This is what you alluded to, I think. I loved Robert
Yeah,
Ulrich
Robert
in Vegas
Aldrich on
and
Vegas.
Spencer for
Yeah.
Hire. Yeah.
Now, if
Uh,
anybody remembers Vegas, the TV show, it came out in 1977. It had Tony Curtis in it.
yeah.
I mean, there's Tony Curtis that you only ever saw in one other TV show, like with Roger Moore in
Persuaders.
the
Yeah.
Swoder. And
Yeah.
then he went over and he did an American show with Robert Ulrich called Vegas. And you thought to
Yeah.
yourself, this guy used to have a Hollywood career. Now he's
Yeah.
doing lots of
Yeah.
television stuff. But he was
Yeah.
ahead of his game, really, because he never lost his Hollywood touch. He still did a lot
No,
of
no.
Hollywood films. So.
My mother, yeah, I think so. That's what I've always been led to believe, Tony. Steve Mills, The People That Time Forgot was released in Germany on Blu-ray. Warlords of the Atlantis needs a Blu-ray release. That's what we mentioned before about that. Tony, Germany seems to be the best place for getting releases that aren't available anywhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones where most people are saying this is where I don't know if I'm buying a pirate copy or not, because why is it that in Germany you can get away with buying Pacific Heights in Blu-ray, but
Yeah.
you can't get it
Yeah.
anywhere else, even in America and all of that? But then you have to put what people have pointed out is international law is different.
Yeah.
If a company goes bust and the rights are not known, it seems very much that Germany can get away with anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so not necessarily is it a pirate.
No, that's true. Look, my movies nearly bought Outland on the HMV Premium Collection today, but wasn't prepared to pay $14.99 when they have the two for £15 every now and then. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not out of print now. Outland.
Outland is out of print.
Yeah, I
Tell you
thought
that
so.
now.
Yeah.
And it's only what stock is left at HMV.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the reasons why you won't see it cheaper than $14.99.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still think it's worthy of a $14.99 price tag, but that's because I love the film.
Yeah,
I
agree.
It's High Noon in Space.
It's a brilliant film.
I did a capsule review on it, and I stand by what I did in that film. But I do understand it when you can see that you can get two films for 15 quid. There's this one film, and it costs $14.99. I really think it's down to what you really fancy. Do you want quantity over quality? is the likelihood that this film might come out cheaper at some point. My point of view of Outland is I don't think it will come out cheaper because there's not many copies out there now. It's out of print.
No.
So unless this Warner label is going to produce the HMV stuff,
Yeah.
you're not going to get it reprinted, are you?
No.
But we'll see, because they might do Robin and Marion and all of those,
Yeah.
Excalibur and all of those films, because they're all under Warner, and they'll all probably get reprinted, just like Network, the Network label
Yeah.
is being done by that Leaf Gold, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
It's just that I think we all know what I think about this new Network label.
It's the £10 extra.
Charging the extra 10 quid is a pain in the ass, and I don't agree with it. To be quite honest.
Outland is a film I've just loved over years. I've seen it so many times. Absolutely adore it.
But it doesn't try to be anything other than the technology
film
that we've got at the moment. In other words, I believe we could get a ship out to that planet. I believe we've got spacesuits that would allow us to mine on that thing. And nobody is going around firing lasers. They've all got double barrel shotguns that you'd have in normal Earth.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, it's a cracking film.
It is. It's a wonderful
cracking film.
Yeah. Movies. I got some Studio Canal recently from Amazon in their vintage classic range, 2 for $15. There's some great releases on that vintage classics. I've been looking at them. Definitely some great films.
Yeah.
Steve Mills, I just recently bought 48 Hours and another 48 Hours on 4K. I don't have a 4K player, but it's worth it because you get the Blu-rays for £30.
Yeah, this is where. Do you remember, Ian? We deliberated over this. We turned around and said, "God of the days when you used to buy a 4K and it gave you the Blu-ray in the package."
Yeah,
and it cost you an extra $5, but you didn't mind paying the extra $5 because you had both editions.
Yeah,
and it makes perfect sense that if you haven't got the 4K player, at least you've got something that you can upgrade. You'll have the upgrade to when you eventually do upgrade.
Yeah.
So my thoughts on it are that they ought to do that now.
Yeah.
With all 4Ks, is have the Blu-ray in there.
Yeah,
I don't like the single disc 4K.
Yeah, they're doing it. It's coming in more,
and it still costs 25.
Yes,
quid.
That's what my beef is. That the fact is, they're not bringing the price down. Not really. It's anyhow. It's what they do. Symbols. I also bought Wolf. Oh well, The Wicker Man. Yes, The Three and the Four Musketeers. On the 2 for £15 deal. Well, you did well, I think.
Well, Wolf is with Jack Nicholson, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wicker Man. You know that they brought that out in a deluxe set that I bought last year. The Three and the Four Musketeers are fantastic because they were the 70s with Oliver Reed and so forth.
I think 2 for $15 is a great deal.
You got some real classic stuff there. In fact, I would go all the way and say that Wolf is the lower version of all of those films. Actually,
yeah.
I'd actually say I'd watch The Wicker Man and the Three and the Four Musketeers over Wolf any day.
Yeah,
but that's just me. But what me and Denny turned around and said was that they did a couple of Musketeers films in France this year with Eva Green.
Yeah,
they haven't brought them out in physical media yet. And yet they're trilogies, and they've got two of the trilogies out. We don't know when they're going to bring them out. I don't think they will. That's because they're not going to translate them into English. But I find that strange because I'm not put off that they won't transfer them into English. It's just that we're going mad over Godzilla -1, which is not going to have an English an English track either, and everybody's going mad that they can't get it.
Yeah.
So why can't you bring out these Musketeer films?
I'm sorry. I'm just going to go to toilet. Okay.
That's all right. But I can't talk about anything because you haven't put the next question up. Anyway, I hope everybody is good. Thank you very much for all the nice messages. I've come on tonight to prove that really that I'm still okay and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not being scared off. I love talking to you guys. I've met some great friends, Muckman, Ian, Jim Jam. And I appreciate all of them. Steve and Moles, all of that. I don't think I could go through a week really without talking to you guys. I'd be most upset, to be quite honest. I'm getting a bit tired now, though. I must admit, now it's gone past midnight. I haven't been awake this long for a couple of days after, since before my operation. So I might have to leave a little bit early. But thank you, everybody that gave me a really nice, happy messages to me. It's been a bit of a scary time. But thank you so much for subscribing to Ian. A bloke who so deserves getting to 1,000. My God, it seems like a major hurdle for me to get anywhere near that figure, but I think all I can say is respect all of you, respect each other. If you're subscribed to Muckman, please do so. We all do such good stuff. And it doesn't take 2 seconds to subscribe. You can always turn the notifications off if you don't want to know about something. But it means so much to a lot of people to get a subscription. So anyway, I'm bloody running out of things to say, Ian, you bastard. Get your ass over here. I gotta get my tablets ready yet before I go to bed as well. Yeah, everybody's been so nice. I'll see if I can see anything that I can. Oh no, here he is.
Hello, look. I'm back.
Yeah, you bastard. You can take. I've just said such nice things about you. I take it all back. The bastard's here. Look, I've got to go and get. I've just got to go and get myself a drink. My throat's as dry.
Okay, I'll do the next question then. Right, next question. I've bought 4 of those vintage classics this week. The Fallen Idol, The Man in the White Suit, oh yeah, The Lavender Hill Mob, fantastic. Oh, and Sid and Nancy. Yeah, I've not seen that for years, Sid and Nancy. Is it Gary Oldman who plays Sid Vicious, isn't he? Yeah, that's a really good film. Is it Gary Oldman who plays Sid Vicious?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. This is question that not question, comment.
Look what Muckman Movers has said. Just for a moment. Yeah. So he's confirmed to me, look, that the Lavender Hill Mob and the Man in the White Suit are both Ealing,
right?
And now under the Vintage Classics.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is I bought things like some other Ealing comedies, not the Man in the White Suit. It might have been the Lavender Hill Mob. It was the Lady Killers. And is the Lady Killers now going to come out under the Vintage Classic range? Because I tell you what, the Lady Killers was in a big box. I mean, we're talking about a huge, oh my God, it's the 80-something anniversary of this film or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I remember buying that in a deluxe set. So if they are, brilliant. I mean, Ealing comedies ought to bloody be getting more exposure anyway, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Muckman says, I'm quite partial to a craft ale. Uh-huh.
When next time I'm in your
There
neck
you
of the
are.
woods, you can buy me a pint or two.
Get some-
can't you?
yeah. Nice.
I've never known a northerner buy around yet. So there you are.
Cheeky monkey. Gold Bayek. Tony says, I only have Lavender Hill Mob out of those. Good fun. Kind Arts and Coronets is another great Ealing comedy. Oh yeah, that one. Alec Guinness, I know in that one. It's very good. I remember when I said it was on the TV. It used to be on TV quite a bit.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Well, I told you I think Ealing comedies should get more of
Yeah.
There's nothing else for me to add. Lavender Hill Mob is a classic.
Yeah.
Kind Hearts and Coronets, yeah, it's another one but I don't think that was mentioned in as much of a high regard as some others, which is a shame because it's a good film.
Yeah.
But Ealing came out with some crackers,
Yeah. And we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV going, hiya lads. Hi, welcome. Even though you might not be here now, but I don't know.
Yeah, Christ knows.
Mugman Movies, yeah. Kind Arts is my favorite. Already own the collector's edition of that. All right. Jim Jam Movies and TV says, sorry, I'm late, been at work. It's okay, no problem. Mugman Movies, yo, Jim Jam, bit late tonight. Snap, the one with the box and booklet. Oh, that's the box set you're about. Yeah. And then Tony, morning, Jim Jam. I'm McMahon, you okay? Morning, Tony. Do you remember a series called Spoils of War? Do you remember a series called Spoils of War? Oh, he's gone. The answer to that one is I don't know. Hopefully he'll be back in a minute. It's gone. I don't know. Is it on network? I suspect it might be. Just have a look here. See. Spoils of War. Let's have a look. And nothing's coming on here. Even phones playing up now. Bayek, they don't make them like they used to. You have all this stuff and it don't blooming work. Rant at day. Here we are. Spoil. I've got it. I found it. The Spoils of War TV series, 1980 drama, British television serial, 1980 to 1981, dealing with the return from the Second World War of the younger members of two families in the north of England. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'm just trying to see anybody I know in it. There's Catherine Shells in it. I don't know anybody else in it. Anyhow, that's that. There's no sign of Delboy coming back yet. We'll see. Anyhow, we'll carry on. But yeah, thanks for that question, Jim Jam. Cyrosen, I take loads of tablets for blood pressure. Yeah, blood thinner, cholesterol, because I had a stroke 4 years ago. Oh, sorry about that. It is caused by hypertension, which caused a bleed on my brain. Oh God. 4 years ago. Yeah. What can I say? But it does make you think about. This is what I was worried about. When I didn't have the tablets, the effect. I've been taking these tablets for a long time. The blood pressure ones. If I don't have them, I start to feel funny. I can always feel it. Same with my diabetes. So yeah, that's quite something. Yeah, blood thinner. I've heard of that. Wait a minute. Just see, there might be a comment on it. Yeah. Let's see if it's Delboy. Here we are. I've just got a message from now. It says, "Looks like Sky has dropped connection. Sorry, buddy. We'll try, but you might have to close up without me." All right. So Sky is having trouble with Sky connection. Yeah, I'm on Sky. Well, hopefully it'll be all right. Right. Anyhow, thank you, Si, for that. Yeah. Okay, it's going up. Oh, it's all right. I thought it'd gone then. Do you like the Kenny Everett video show? Yeah, I absolutely used to love watching Kenny Everett and all his characters. He was on. I know he was on the BBC. I think he went to ITV, didn't he? Yeah, Sid Snot and all that stuff. And I'm trying to think of the others. There's they did a woman who kept crossing her legs all the time, and yeah, I thought it was quite good. And also, I'm sure I remember that he had quite a few groups and music on as well, which I always liked. Probably chart things at the time. But yeah, Kenny Everett was very good. I think it was really enjoyable. Definitely. Sarah, Jim Jimmer was on TV. Who doesn't? Yeah, exactly. He was very enjoyable. They had 2 copies of Outland in store. It's also still available on HMV website, so it hasn't gone out of print then yet. Totally. Great film, absolutely wonderful film, fantastic film. The Eva Green Musketeers films are out on Blu-ray, Del. All right, I've got a feeling he's not going to come back, but we'll see. If Sky might be down, we have that. I'm on Sky, and it does sometimes go, maybe an hour or so. Steve Wells, it's a shame you don't get the Blu-ray with the Trick or Treat release. I have to buy the US release. Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame. Really, that's a really bad shame that you can't get that. Because that'll cost you more unless you can get it through some other way imported. That'll cost you quite a bit, but that is a shame. I don't like all this where they're now not putting the Blu-ray in. They really should put the Blu-ray in. Mukman Movies. I'll stop writing comments so Dell can go to bed. Yeah, well, it looks like he's probably being forced to go to bed anyhow now because of his line connection. Toyo says, "Me too." Yeah. Ian's got to bed. Yes. At my age, that's what happens. Yeah. I still got Peeping Tom to watch on Vintage Red. Oh, absolutely wonderful. Ahead of its time, that film. I say it came out same year as Psycho, and I think it was a few months before. And then it sort of went into obscurity. And it was I think it was Scorsese who actually championed that film and eventually got it screenings in America going to get this film recognised of how important it was. Peeping Tom. Lady Killers is out on Vintage Classics. It was a deluxe set. Don't have it. Sorry for commenting. It's all right. No, it's all right. It is a classic. Good night, everyone. Pleasure as always. Good night. And thank you for joining us. Been great. I've enjoyed it. I didn't expect to be on here, but I said Delboy contact me and said he, something he'd like to do because you don't have to do it, and he wanted to do it. So, I'm glad he did. I think I hope well, I know he'll have enjoyed it. And it'll have been a good tonic for him, really, which is great. And then Tony Hawk says, good night, Ian and Dal and chat. Thank you, Tony, as always. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And Sai says, nighty night. Thank you, Sai, for joining us. Been great contributions, as always, from you. And Danny says, have a good one. And I think we're at the end of the comments, which is good because I didn't realize it is 12:30. Yes. So thank you so much, everyone that has joined. We've still got 8 people watching. And I didn't know if this was going to happen. We've been on for over 4 hours, so that's pretty good, I suppose. It's an absolute pleasure, really. And thank you for everyone who's joined us and contributed in whatever way, whether just watching or making comments as well. Thank you so much. And that's it, really. Yeah, I'm very happy. We've done it, and that's great. So I'll give my usual thing. All I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.